Respect must be given to the will of
When
every
was the last
creature.
time we streamed?
Each fish in the ocean swims in its own direction.
2 weeks ago. Rebirth was almost a month ago now. Obviously, I'm not streaming as much as I was previously. Some reasons for it. And as I said, I'm still emotionally recovering.
Ad Astra.
The Rebirth was the most I've ever been emotionally invested in any game. And I have a lot to say about it. I don't want to say on this stream though. So I want to go back to a game and complete most of the stuff I didn't do. I want to do all the world exploration, all the side quests, and probably some of the mini games as well, like for piano pieces. So I'll maybe try to perfect all of the piano pieces. So I do want to go back to it. I also want to play the original Final Fantasy VII at some point, but I just don't know when I'll be able to do it. One thing I will say is that since my last stream, I've gotten a poster of Aerith, which is very nice. Not in the book, but it's like the main art of the
Illusion shattered.
It really should be an official poster. I don't get why I haven't. I'm thinking if they do have an official poster, they just haven't like released it publicly. There's interviews and stuff where they have it. Maybe I just wait. Oh. As well as that, you've gotten AR's Kai figure for Aerith, which is it's really good, but it does cost 130 quid, which I think is a bit much for what it is. No, they just released a new Master Chief figure, which definitely is not as good as this is, but the Master Chief figure is only $20. So Master Chief figure is like a sixth of price. Yet it's definitely not as good, clearly looking at the model of it. But it doesn't look like it's like dramatically worse. I'm not going to get my Master Chief statue, I already got one for him. But yeah, it is a very good figure. Is it 130 quid worth? Not 12 people, but I don't care. A small price to pay for Aerith figure. Yeah. There's a new area I have not been to at all yet. I got the statue and that's it. I completely left. Interestingly, this is not water you can go underwater in. It's all regular water here. Only water of this colour you can go underwater in, so this is peculiar. I haven't done anything with that yet. Story quests. I haven't done Shioi's yet, and Arlecchino's just released. Honestly, I'm not particularly interested in even doing these story quests, but I just don't want to do spoilers. Catch spoilers from so I want to do them now.
It's been a while since we visited Poisson. Maybe we should head over and have a look around.
There's also Lynette's Hangout, which I haven't done. It's 5 o'clock. Probably gonna have to stop with dinner soon. Probably not. Definitely want to finish this stream, this quest, this stream, but I probably won't be able to do any others. Also, yeah, I'm not getting Arlecchino. I already have Hu Tao, and she doesn't seem to be too much better than Hu Tao for it to be worth
traveler,
it. She seems to do less damage than Hu Tao, but more AoE.
Paimon knows that voice.
So, and a little bit more team flexibility.
Over here.
But if you already have Hu Tao, Arlecchino, definitely not worth getting. No point. So I'm just saving for Nilu.
To borrow one of the more
if
popular
I
turns
wanted
of
to,
phrase
I
at the
could
moment,
talk
this appears to be
about
quite
the
the
effect
fated
Final Fantasy
reunion.
VII has had on me
Running
for
into you two out of
hours.
the blue like this has really made my
Hours
day.
and hours.
I certainly wasn't expecting it.
Is all of it stuff I should be saying online? No, not at all. Absolutely not. Look, I've definitely in the last month, since playing Rebirth, I have cried more than any other month in my life, for sure. Possibly more than just the rest of my life combined. It has been bad. No other game has hit me anywhere near that hard. I think I just stopped talking about it now. For this stream, at least.
You can say that again. What brings you to Poisson?
Also, Lenny screen time.
Wait, Paimon's got it. You must be here for one of your magic shows, right?
Actually, we've run into a bit of trouble on the home front, so Father arranged for us to
Genshin's
stay in
been
Poisson
really
for the
pissing me off
time
as of
being.
late. Was it Nilu, Al-Haytham, and Shenhe are going to go over a year without a rerun. I personally think, at absolute most, it should be 6 months for Cow to get a rerun. I think over a year is absurd, and quite frankly, I don't think that should be legal. I think there should be legal repercussions for that. That should be a regulation, like gambling, or like any kind of big box stuff. What they're trying to push, I don't remember what it was they're trying to push. But there should be a anti-gacha law where a character something has to be obtainable at least once every 12 months. Because it is just intense abusing of FOMO now. Intense. And Star Rail was also pissing me off. Because they're still releasing like 2 new characters every patch, and it's just fucking awful. For Star Rail. They're both games are really pushing what they can get away with. Am I going to pull for Firefly? Yes. But Firefly, Silverwolf, and then I'm done with Star. And once I get Nilou and Shenhe, I don't want to spend any more money on Genshin. And once I get Silverwolf and Firefly, I don't want to spend any more money on Star. Yeah. I'm currently at
Oh, are Lynette and Fremine here too?
Yep, along with most of the other members of the House of the Hearth. You may have noticed Poisson seems a bit more crowded than usual.
So you're saying nearly the entire organization has moved to Poisson? Sounds like you've run into way more than just a bit of trouble. What's really going on?
Well...
Since the two of you are so curious, perhaps I can fill in the gaps.
You scared Paimon half to death!
Father, you're here.
You know... on second thought, maybe we don't need to know. It's all probably
Oh yeah, they
super
literally made
confidential House of the
Arlecchino into a
Hearth
female
stuff,
Sephiroth.
right? We
They-
totally weren't trying to pry or anything.
It is irritating me a little bit. It seems very clear to me that they saw Rebirth release, and they're like, ooh, Sephiroth's trendy right now. Let's do that. Though I do get, I mean, Signora also had wings, but like Arlecchino, she has... First of all, she has vaguely the same color palette as Sephiroth. They're both grey, black, white. She adds red into a mix. For Sephiroth, instead of red, it's purple. I mean, you can't really compare a scythe to Sephiroth's sword. They both have one wing. Sometimes Arlecchino has two, but most of the time she only has one because fucking imagery. Then there's even... I mean, similarities in her personality sort of seen, but it's also the glitching aesthetic which has been randomly added into Arlecchino in this patch. I don't know if there's a lore reason for that, but like a bunch of her animations have a glitching, and it's like they saw Cloud tweaking and were like, "Ooh, let's do that with Arlecchino," and it's like, "Oh, cool." He's literally the same thing.
No need to be nervous. I could sense your genuine concern from your conversation just now.
Because I think, from the main story of Fontaine, I thought Arlecchino has a lot of potential, but she was completely wasted. So they did a lot to hype her up as a character, and she did nothing. She was completely filler content. She could have been cut out of the story entirely, and it wouldn't have had any effect on the story. So it was really disappointing. I don't think the story quest is going to make up for that, just because it is a story quest.
Of course. I can also understand your confusion. Sending so many Fatui here to Poisson, it's only natural that some might suspect an ulterior motive to be involved. I understand. I'm well aware you've had your fair share of confrontations with the Fatui in the past, and I can't exactly guarantee that we'll remain on
Also,
good
because they
terms
love
in the
sharing
future.
spoilers, I already know there's a boss
As for
fight
right
against
now,
her, so...
however, I would say we have little reason
So it's
to
in
be
the
at
fucking
odds,
update
wouldn't you
livestream.
agree?
Just
The
major
House of the
fucking
Hearth
spoilers,
could
which is
stand
cool.
to be more open with those who have worked so closely with us in the past. As for the issue at hand, well, it hardly relates to any ulterior motive. To be frank, it all stems from a certain rumor circulating around the House of the Hearth. It's an internal matter.
What sort of rumor?
A rumor that a certain phantom child is hiding away in the House of the Hearth.
A phantom child? Ooh, just hearing the name is giving Paimon the creeps.
A spirit that should have long ceased to exist is lurking in the shadows of the House of the Hearth. So I decided to bring the children to Poisson before continuing to investigate the situation. I expect I should be able to track down the spirit fairly quickly. After that, it's just a matter of resolving the situation, if you will. It shouldn't be much trouble at all. If you're curious, or if you still have some concerns, it might be advisable to stick around for a few days. I'm sure the children would be exceedingly pleased to welcome some visitors. Lenny, I'll leave you to entertain our guests. I have some matters to attend to.
Of course, Father.
Look, Fontaine really should have been a political thriller centered around Farina and Neuvillette versus Arlecchino. And we get dragged into it by being friends with Linian in it. That really should have been the whole thing. Navia's story is nice, but it's like a whole one-off thing. Navia's story, she should have been like an intermission chapter or something. Yeah. There you go, there's my random spontaneous revision of Fontaine's story to make it better. Remove Navia. As much as I hate to say it, she's everyone's fucking favourite character, I think. Remove her part from the story and just move her into the intermission. Just give her some cameo appearances, whatever. And make chapters 2, 3, and 4? I struggle to remember what even happened to past chapter 1 now. Chapters 2, 3, and 4 really should have been about that. And then that would also give more time to focus on Farina and build up her reveal, even though that was still really good, what we did with her. It could have been even better. And again, Arlecchino could have been like an actual character in the story.
It has long been a dream of mine to invite you to our home and introduce you to my other siblings. You're quite well known in the organization already. A lot of people have been talking about you, especially after everything with the prophecy. If you're willing, why don't you stay a while and have a little chat with us?
Alright. We don't have anything else to do right now anyway. But let's be clear, we're just gonna be there as guests, okay? Don't get any funny... Oh, wait a second.
Of course. During our stay in Poisson, we've been helping out the locals with some fishing. We bring in quite the bounty every day. In fact, today is the perfect chance for me to show you what I can do in the kitchen. Let's go. I'll take you to where we're staying.
We are now 20 minutes into the stream. We've started, of course. But one thing I do like about this banner is that I managed to snipe the Dockhand's assistant. And this weapon seems really good for Nilou. I've seen people say, oh yeah, well, it's not that much better than Iron Sting. Iron Sting gives 165 EM. This thing, at 0 refinements, gives you 120? Up to 120. I mean, the HP stat there alone gives you more damage than Iron Sting. But then on top of that, you can also get the EM on top of that. And you will be able to get that fairly easily if you use Kokomi. If you use Kokomi's burst, it's guaranteed you'll get it. And otherwise, I mean, at some point in your rotation, I'm sure it's not too hard to fit Kokomi. When did I get a Favonius sword? I don't remember that happening, but okay, I'll take it. I have zero recollection of that happening, but thanks. Cool. Yeah, I got this morning. I just sniped it. It took 20 wishes. But I got it and took it all the way to level 90. So now once I get Nilou, this is good to go. It should give her an extra 6,000 health, which is an extra 50-something% damage. That's really good. Where's my placeholder for Nilou's artifacts? Yes. Pretty good, I think. A lot of crit, actually. Only 61 EM, but otherwise, quite a lot of HP. Quite a lot. I mean, okay, it's like minus 5,000. That's still over like 200%. So Nilou should be around 60k HP, yeah. I think thinking about it in my head. She goes up to a little over 15,000 base, so plus 5,000 gets her to 20,000. And then I'm going to have over 200% HP, which is over 30k, and then another 25% from Hydro Resonance. So she should get up to about 60k HP, which means 30 times 9. $30 times 9, which is 270. I don't know what the damage cap is for these. I really hope it isn't too restrictive, if there is one even.
Every journey has its final day.
Anyway, yeah, so right now I'm just building towards Nilu. The reason why I'm getting essential materials to Kuki Shinobi is because I have nothing else to spend resin on. IO Beam, since I got Raiden, which was January, it is now late April. So it's been 4 months. I've been grinding Vistamain and Vistamain for 4 months, and I've not gotten a single good artifact. I've been trying to make my Raiden Chevreuse team better. This is the best I've gotten. I've had absurdly bad artifact luck. Absurdly bad. So at this point I'm thinking I'm just going to give up on it and to start ascending some characters. I've gone through hundreds without getting a single good artifact. It's fucking horrendous.
We rented this house from one of the locals to use as a temporary base. I'll come back later and tidy up a bit. After that, it should be all ready for you to stay in tonight.
Awesome, thanks! So,
Well, when I happened to run into you two earlier, I was actually in the middle of distributing some supplies. With this many people staying in Poisson, we have to bring in outside supplies every now and then. I should probably make sure the rest of these provisions get delivered. Otherwise, people might start to get antsy.
Okay, we'll come with! There are all sorts of rumors about your organization floating around out there. Paimon's not sure if she could even take a wild guess as to what's true and what's not. But now that we finally have the chance to
I am slightly tempted to pull for Linny.
Take a good look at how you operate!
Well, you're more
So I
than welcome
have
to come
all
along.
the characters I think I
follow
need
me.
to make him good, and he is strong, and I like him as a character. And I like the charge attack bow playstyle. However, Mono Pyro is obviously a very problematic element-wise. There's certain enemies that would be extremely weak against. So I'm not sure.
Linny, you're finally here. The supplies.
Brought them with me? Yep, here you go. Hello? Something caught your eye?
It's the Traveler and Paimon!
No way! Come here, everyone! Hurry! The Traveler and Paimon are here!
One at a time, please. Don't crowd around them all at once. We don't want to scare off our guests now, do we?
Oh, it's all right! Gotta say, Paimon didn't realize we were this famous.
Of course! Father and Linny have told us so much about you.
Father told us about how you helped Linny. According to her, you're a trustworthy friend. And as far as she's concerned, that's pretty much the highest compliment we've ever heard her give. As you can imagine, everyone's been very curious about you.
I heard the Traveler is so strong that she can move a mountain with her bare hands.
I heard Paimon eats so much that she can clean out the entire— Wait a second! That's the rumor you heard about Paimon?
Oh, wait. When guests visit, you're supposed to give them gifts and stuff, right?
Oh, we don't need something like that. Besides, come on! We insist! I can give you some of my new potions. Just pick your poison, huh?
Or maybe Shaplo can teach you guys about stealth.
Now that's not a bad idea. I know you usually prefer to fight head-on, but it never hurts to expand your bag of tricks, right? When it comes to eliminating your enemies, staying quiet can go a long way.
Well, these are House of Half
me,
people, right? Of course, they're just casually being trained how to be fucking evil.
I was poisoned not too long ago, and I'm still dealing with the after effects. So I'm not...
Wait, when you said...
Yeah, like I said previously, when playing through Fontaine, I was always saying the story really should be about Lily and Annette coming to realize Albertino's not the greatest person in the world. Of course, since they've already spoiled that in the stream, I already know they do fight her. In the cutscene, at least. Which is a shame if they're probably just going to speedrun it.
Those are the best things.
I don't want to discount the story, but I don't have a lot of faith in this.
Ooh, how about this? Tell me the name of someone who really annoys you.
All right, Fold, Selwar. I think that's enough suggestions for now. When it comes to being a good host, it's the thought that counts. You don't need a physical gift to make our guests happy. In fact, pestering them with suggestion after suggestion might make them more annoyed than anything. I would say your enthusiasm has certainly gotten across.
Really? Awesome! It's been so long since we have had guests to play with. Yeah. Especially if it's poison or something.
Since Nilu's last banner, Baiju's had 3.
Well, we'll talk to you all later. We've still got supplies to distribute.
All right,
a bunch
see you
of
later.
other characters have also had 2 or 3, I think. But those are just the main ridiculous ones.
Bye!
Especially since Baiju, one of Baiju's best uses is with Nilu.
Lenny, about all that poison and stealth tactics talk just now.
Because in a Nilu team, Baiju is a direct upgrade to Kave, and Kave is supposed to work with Nilu. So, at least I think he is.
Scared you, did it? That kind of talk comes with being part of the House of the Hearth. When Foltz was really young, he strangled all of his family pets, just out of curiosity. He was labeled a dangerous problem child and was abandoned by his family. Elwar has an unnatural obsession with potions. Father has forbidden her from trying all the different concoctions she comes up with, but she still tries to test them in secret. You really have to keep an eye on that one.
You know, children.
Chaplo is around my age.
Being
While I'm mainly
psychopaths.
responsible for collecting intelligence, he handles surveillance. He's very passionate about his work and has no reservations about taking on some very difficult missions. I know you two probably aren't used to that kind of talk, but I can promise you they only had the best of intentions. Things like stealth tactics and developing different poisons, they really mean a lot to them. They were just trying to share the best of what they could offer, that's all.
Jesus Christ, Lily. Jesus Christ. There is copium, and then there's that. Look, I really hope that's intentional. Like, come on. The thing about Genshin never really fully realizes its story concepts, but they could. Like, Genshin could be a fucking amazing game. As it is, it's just like,
supplies are here.
Thanks. And who are these two?
I put Genshin on my favorite games list. If Genshin didn't occupy me for nearly as
you.
much time, it would not be on my favorite games list.
And Paimon.
Oh,
but this
you're
game
the
is
famous
fucking
duo I've been hearing so much
stolen
about.
over
It's nice
1,000
to meet
hours
you.
of my life, so...
I heard you've traveled to all sorts of places.
Of course! We're making our way...
Oh, good for you.
You must be pretty familiar with Fontaine by now, then. Have you seen the new opera that's...
Oh, this is the first week...
It seems like it's going to be fantastic. From...
Oh, and there's the Blind Maiden, too. That... After this mission is over, I think I'll go get a manicure.
Oh, maybe I should dye my hair.
Yeah, at
Wonder how
uni,
much it'll cost.
part of the reason why I've been
is it
streaming a
just
little bit
my
less,
turn, or did
part of the
you
reason,
two see
again,
much?
is mainly just because...
Easier to get along with than the others. Looks like the House of the Hearth has some normal members after all.
I heard that.
I am working on uni projects right now. I got a I just need to submit my essay. I've been putting off submitting it for the best part of a week now.
Foltz and the others?
And my Unity project is
we're definitely not all like them.
Speaking of which, I need to send an email to my teacher.
I bet those crazies are practically foaming at the mouth right now. I'm sure they just can't wait to get back to Snezhnaya to carry out the plan.
That's enough, Filial.
Don't talk about family members behind their back, right? Whatever. Let's go.
Guess this is goodbye then. If you ever have some time, we should go see the opera together.
Well, that's it for the supplies. We should probably head back as well.
Well, they didn't seem too happy with each other. Seems like there could be something more going on here. You're right. We're only here as guests after all. Oh, Linny's getting super far ahead. Come on, let's catch up.
So, what do you think of the members you've met so far? Well, Father is always encouraging us to be strong-willed and independent. So if there's one thing we've got, it's people who aren't afraid to speak their mind. Well, I should probably get cooking. Wanna join?
Of course!
Then let's head out and... Fremine? What are you doing here?
Staring at a fucking box.
Hey, nice to see you again!
You too. I heard you're here as guests of House of the Hearth. Welcome.
We were just going to make some food. Why don't you come along? I could use some help in the kitchen, and I seem to remember you mentioning you wanted to make seafood soup for the traveler in Paimon.
Seafood soup? Oh, Paimon's drooling already.
Were you looking for something just now, Fremine? Maybe I can help.
It's nothing. I just wanted to see if there were any extra supplies.
Yeah, we've got some left over. What do you need?
Some food and water. And some clean cloth, if possible.
No problem. Give me a second here. Food, water... Wait a minute. What do you need all of those for? You're not on any missions as far as I'm aware, and you were just going to come eat with us. So what's this all about?
I thought I'd grab an extra portion because I get hungry at night. Could be because I'm growing, you know, and...
Fremine, you remember what I told you? You're not like me. Your lying skills still need some work. Tell me what's going on.
Lily just fucking telling us
Is it really
he's
bad
gonna
enough that you have to keep it from your own brother?
Maybe it'll be better if we gave them some space.
This is the first time I've seen that kind of look on your face. Whatever happened, does it have something to do with Father?
Yes. Just follow me.
You're back! Oh, and you've brought some friends with you this time.
Hello, my name's Linny. I grew up in the House of the Hearth. And you are?
Hi, Linny. I'm also a child of the House of the Hearth, just like you. You can call me Clairvy.
Clairvy?
It's nice to meet you. Does that name ring any bells, Linny?
No, not at all. That's not a name we have on our roster, I'm sure of it. What I'm not sure of, though, is how she managed to sneak in. She must be the phantom child Father's been searching for. From the looks of it, I'm guessing you were the one that found her, Fremine. You, haven't told Father, have you?
Yeah, they didn't beat around the bush. Can you stop putting Father in quotation marks? I don't like it. Just get rid of him.
No, I haven't told anyone. I've just been keeping her hidden.
For how long?
About half a month now.
So ever since we got to Poisson, then? Do you have any idea what you're doing?
I know what I'm doing.
Really? 'Cause from where I'm standing, it looks like you're hiding the very person Father has been trying to find. If Father finds out about this, everyone involved is going to be punished. You know the rules of the house, Fremine. I know you do. Father doesn't tolerate any form of betrayal. So why are you doing this?
I've thought it through. And I just can't hand her over like that. Linny, don't you remember last year? Chaplot nearly died after getting poisoned during that one mission. He wasn't able to get back before the poison started taking effect, and not a single person was there to help him. That night, while I was sleeping, I heard a voice telling me to go save him. I opened my eyes, but I couldn't find the source of the voice. I thought maybe I was just hearing things, but I went to look for him anyway. Luckily, I got there with enough time to save his life. That feeling of being haunted, of hearing voices, it's happened many times in the House of the Hearth. I'm sure you've noticed.
So what you're saying is, that was her? She was the one who spoke to you that night?
Unless there are other spirits roaming around the House of the Hearth, I don't think there's any other possibility. If Clairvy were our enemy, it wouldn't matter whether she was a spirit or an actual child. I would have acted without a second thought, because that's what Father ordered us to do. But she's been living with us, helping us from the shadows all this time. I think that makes her family. I couldn't just hand her over to be dealt with. Not when there's so much we still don't know.
So what's your plan then? You can't keep her here forever. Someone is bound to find out eventually.
I haven't thought that far yet. I don't want to disobey an order from Father, but I also don't want to put Clairvy in danger.
Come with me. There are a couple things I'd like to say to you in private.
Those two sure care a lot about each other. Well, they got a funny way of showing it. From where Paimon was floating, it sure seemed like they were about to bite each other's heads off. No way! They have a really deep bond. I could tell right away, because I also have a friend like that. I just don't know how long that kind of bond can last. The darkness in the house runs deeper than you can imagine. No one can get out alive.
I'm sorry, Linny. I really didn't mean to drag anyone else into this.
Oh, really? You didn't mean to? 'Cause I, for one, wish you did.
Huh? What do you mean?
You know, when we were younger, you didn't call me Linny. You called me brother, just like Lynette. We grew up together, the three of us. We were all orphans, all rescued by Father. Of all the siblings in the House of the Hearth, I think our bond was the closest. Later on, when you started calling me Linny, I wasn't actually surprised. After all, Lynette and I are related by blood. We've had to depend on each other to survive long before we joined the house.
Linny,
The darkest and most difficult moments of my life happened before you and I had ever met. I'm sure that's true for you as well. Even so, Fremine, we've stood by each other for all these years now, and to me, that means more than blood. You and Lynette are the most important people in my life. No one can replace you. So I won't let you face anything alone. Not if I can help it.
Oh, looks like things are getting kinda heated between Linny and Fremine. Maybe we should go check on them. Oh.
Well, so I was just thinking about it.
I should put my
The
clothes
banners in
on.
this patch are actually really bad. We have one good 4-star Miss Banner. I mean, like, they're good characters. But in this patch, we have 3 fucking hypercarry DPSs. All 3 of which are niche. All 3 of them. One was a fucking Animo DPS, which I still don't think should be a thing, but it is. Arligino is a alternative Hu Tao, with an even more niche Bond of Life mechanic. And Linny has 1 fucking team composition. Maybe 2 or 3 if you squint real hard. And then you have Baiju, who is like one of the worst healers. Not to say Baiju is bad, he's pretty good. But like, value-wise, is way better. I don't think this is a good patch. I think this is a pretty fucking bad patch. At least if you already have Hu Tao or any Pyro DPS.
Hey, you two! Hope we aren't interrupting anything. Like a fight, or... Oh, wait a minute, Fremine, you're not crying, are you? Is everything
I
alright?
don't think... How does Animo deal with shields? How does Animo deal with element checks? I have a feeling it doesn't.
Everything's fine. Thanks for asking.
Well, we're all friends here, right? We've been through so much together, so if there's anything we can do to help, just say the word.
It's just a small family dispute.
I'm on, we have not been through a lot
It's not
with Femini.
something our guests should trouble themselves
Maybe
with.
with Linny, but not Femini.
In fact, it might be better if your stay ended here.
What are you getting at, Traveler?
When guests are around, families are often on their best behavior. And any disputes are less likely to escalate. That's what you're trying to say, isn't it? Thank you. I was really hoping to keep you out of it. But even if I could think of some other reason to turn you away, I'm not sure I could convince you. I know things could turn dangerous, so I promise you this. From now on, I'll protect you like my life depends on it.
Me too.
Well, back to the matter at hand then. If we don't plan on handing Clairvy over to Father, then our only other option is to solve the mystery of her identity before Father is able to track her down. That means finding out where she came from and what she's doing here. Then we can send her on her merry way and pretend like none of this ever happened.
I've tried that already.
And?
And... nothing. I tried taking her somewhere really far away, but... after some time, she just reappeared. She even came with us all the way to Poisson. It seems like wherever the house is, she follows.
I don't know much about spirits. Do you two have any ideas?
Let's see here. Paimon remembers hearing something like, if you fulfill a spirit's last wish before they died, they'll let go of whatever's keeping... Oh, it's just that Paimon doesn't really remember where she heard that, so it's not guaranteed to work or anything.
Well, sounds like it's worth a shot. Guess that means we should go ask her about her wish. But first, Fremine, I need you to promise me something.
What is it?
I need you to promise me that this will stay between the two of us. We're the masterminds behind this whole thing. No one else gets involved. Can you do that for me?
Of course. I promise.
All right. Then let's seal the promise just like when we were kids. Fist bump on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I swear.
Whoa!
Lynette!
But what a surprise! What brings you here, dear sister? And, when exactly did you get here?
You're an idiot, brother. And you too, Fremine. You 3, Traveler. And you 4, Paimon.
Wait, what did we do?
I've seen Clairvy around the House of the Hearth before. I hadn't seen her in Poisson, so I figured she must not have come with us. But it turns out, you were just hiding her. I heard you talking about your plan. Rather than steering clear of the situation, I'd rather fully join in. If you don't agree, I'll have no choice but to report everything back to Father. Simple as that.
You're not giving us much wiggle room here, Lynette. Well, I guess we're all in this together then. After we talk to Clairvy, we'll figure out our next move. There's no time to lose. Let's go.
Was that you? First of all, Lynette screamed time, let's fucking go. I still think Lynette should have been the 5-star. So I still think she's way more interesting than Lynnie is. Are those are unique animations. The thing is, something I've learned recently is that, the vast majority, like the vast majority of the storage taken up by games is from the assets. Like the code and like everything else, that's like 1% maybe. The vast majority of it is assets and animations. That's why Genshin has so many stock animations, because if it didn't, this game would be the biggest game ever made. easily. Also, of course, it saves on top of that, so it's a win-win.
All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion.
Those are unique animations.
And unchanging.
I think. For a non-animated cutscene. That's crazy. They increase the production value. It's like it's an actual fucking video game. No, that's unfair. Unlike saying shit like that, 'cause it's unfair on Genshin specifically. So again, they can't have unique animations for it, so otherwise the games wouldn't work. It would take up 500 gigabytes, and it would take 3 times as long to develop. It just wouldn't work that way. But I still appreciate that. What I think is they still add more of the basic animations they have for each character. Maybe they're doing it. That'd be really good. They had a unique pose for the net there, even as well. So yeah, they made some animations for that scene. Hopefully we can see more of that going forwards. That's good. That's great.
The world remains constant over the centuries, but human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water. Transitory. Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever. The world remains constant over the centuries, but human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water. Transitory. All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion. I stand before it, alone and unchanging. Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever. All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion. I stand before it, alone and unchanging.
I'm full. Thank you for bringing me this food, you guys. She said she's full, but the food doesn't look like it's even been touched.
That's right. Based on what I've been able to observe, it doesn't seem like Clairvy can interact with the physical world at all. Still, when she's presented with food, she'll always linger around it for a good little while. Maybe, in her mind, she really is eating those things.
Does she know that she has already passed away?
I've tried to ask her, but she didn't answer. My guess is that she's just as confused as we are. Or maybe she couldn't understand the question at all.
Clairvy, if you've got some time, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Sure. Oh, another new friend. Hi, I'm Clairvy.
Hello.
Clairvy, how did you join the House of the Hearth?
Huh? Isn't it the same for everybody? The knave brings you here and then you can't leave.
It's just that your name, it's not on the roster. And I've never seen you before.
The roster? Oh, I get it now. I think there might be some things you don't know about this place. The people in charge, they're not as nice as they look. They say they keep a roster, but it's not complete. There are a lot of people who aren't on it, and never will be. In this house, some people are family, and other people are just test subjects. Those kinds of people aren't ever going to get a place on the roster, unless it's the roster of people who've been executed.
Wait, does that mean the knave...
Is there anyone that can vouch for you?
Perry. She's my best friend. She's the only one I trust in this place.
Have either of you heard of that name before?
No.
Me neither.
Clairvy, Perry. Neither of those names are on the roster. But it seems like she's telling the truth. Either that, or this kid's already got a bag of tricks bigger than mine. Maybe we should try a different approach. Clairvy, do you have a wish?
A wish?
It can be anything you want. Just imagine. It's your birthday, you're blowing out the candles, and your wish is...
To go outside, where the sun can find me. That's it? Well, that sounds easy enough. The darkness in the house runs deeper than you...
Okay, time to divide and conquer. Listen up, I've got a plan. I'll try and find a way to use basic illusory magic to take Clairvy outside and bring her somewhere with sunlight. Lynette, try and find the list of executions that Clairvy was talking about, and see if her name is on it. Fremine, you stay in Poisson. We can't be the only ones who've had run-ins with Clairvy. I need you to collect intel on everything she's said and done.
Understood.
I'll try my best.
What about us? What should we do?
I really appreciate your willingness to help, but this is a family matter. I don't want to drag you in too deep. It's too risky. Let me think. Since Father considers you to be guests, maybe you could stick by her side for a little while. You don't need to do anything except keep up some nice, casual conversation.
Ah, Paimon gets it. You want us to distract her.
I'll give you a magic bird. If Father suspects something, all you need to do is release it when she's not looking, and it'll alert me that something's wrong. Of course, that's only as a last resort. If Father doesn't seem to notice us, there's no need to make contact. We'll reconvene here tonight after all's said and done. If the worst-case scenario happens and we're discovered, just tell Father everything. We're not going to let our guests get punished for our own actions. That's where we draw the line. You too. Okay, this is where we part. Father should be at the beach nearby. I really hope this goes well. No, it has to go well. That's the only way this can get resolved. Clairvy, I'd like to take you somewhere. Is that okay with you?
Sure. Where are we going?
What was Nilu's last banner? Was it...
Everyone hold it.
Solidify!
Shine down!
I think it was 3.4. What is this? 4. What is this? 4.6. 4.6. So Nilu was... The first day I played the game, I think it was Ayaka on banner. And literally, I started playing the game on the last day of Ayaka's banner. I think it turned to Nahida Nilu. So I think as of right now, it's been like just over a year. I really think quite frankly, you could have it be a different... Each character banner only lasts 2 days, I think. I think it really should maybe be that way. Maybe a week? That would greatly speed up reruns. Oh!
It's the knave! And... child! Hey, aren't you supposed to be in Snezhnaya recuperating? What are you still doing in Fontaine?
Oh, it's you two. I didn't expect to run into you here. I was unconscious for quite a while after the fight in the Primordial Sea. After I woke up, I realized I was being taken back to Snezhnaya, and well, I couldn't have that now, could I? Not when I've still got unfinished business here in Fontaine. So, I mustered up all my strength and made the journey back on my own.
What sort of unfinished business are we talking here?
It has to do with Skirk, my master. I really wanted to meet up with her, but by the time I got back, she had already left. I still have so many questions for her. Without any other leads, all I could do was ask the knave to help me track her down. She must have left behind some traces from her time in Fontaine.
As far as we are aware, Skirk was never even in Fontaine, she was just down there when we killed the whale.
Oh, okay, so have you found any clues?
Unfortunately, no. While the House of the Hearth is adept at collecting all manner of intelligence, certain existences can still manage to escape our purview.
Basically, unless Master feels there's a need to meet with me, she's not going to be found. But that problem has an easy fix. I just need to become stronger, and then...
Paimon thinks you should focus on getting better first.
The worst of it is over. It's all thanks to that one kid from the House of the Hearth. Elwar, I think her name was. She gave me a bunch of random potions to drink. They didn't go down easy, let me tell you.
Maybe I should build Tartaglia. Again,
but they really did help
I'm
speed
building
up my
Kuki
recovery.
Shinobi because I just don't have anything else to do, and I thought I might as well get her ready to be a Hyper Bloom character. So once I do eventually get around to making a pure Hyper Bloom team, that she's ready for it. Because Kuki is the best Hyper Bloom character in the game. I think primarily just because of the constellations boosting her EM, meaning that I think Kuki actually has the highest potential EM of any character in the game. Because for constellations, well, no, it'd be Nahida, and Nahida is a 5-star, so I think Kuki would be second on the list. Nahida also has constellations, which would give her lots of EM, but Kuki would be as second place. Not to mention Nahida has EM as her ascension stat. So I mean, that's why I picked Kuki, basically, as my ascension. Maybe I should bring up Tartaglia, because I did want to do that, but of course he is basically just a worse Neuvillette now. He deals less damage with Neuvillette, less of an AoE, he's harder to play, and he has less self-sustain, and he has way less team variety. But he does apply more Hydro. Neuvillette is actually, he does not apply a lot of Hydro at all. It's actually really bad how much Hydro he applies. I think he only applies Hydro like twice during his whole charge stack. Which is like 3.5 seconds long.
And that's good, because it looks like I really do have to head back this time. The old man's been putting the pressure on me. He sent someone to tell me I'm needed for some sort of project.
Project Stuja?
Yeah, that's the one. I heard Regrator's involved too. I'm not looking forward to having to listen to all his monologuing, that's for sure. Hey, maybe you could think of a way for me to stay in Fontaine for a little longer. Helping Linny and the others brush up on their fighting skills would be far more interesting. If you and I could spar, that would be even better. I've been waiting for a chance to see you go all out.
And what a sweet little daydream that is. But I also have a role to play in all this. I'll be leaving Fontaine shortly as well. Besides, considering how little they see fit to step outside the homeland, being called on to return to Snezhnaya by such illustrious dignitaries. What a great honor. Wouldn't you agree?
One I could do without, I'd say.
Is it just Paimon? Or does it kind of seem like they're...
So, dear guests of the House of the Hearth, to what do I owe the visit?
Well, we just...
I'll let you know voice there. Erin Yvette. Erin Yvette. I see Telltale walking into the room. Snow White and the Wolf Among Us. Alex in Oxenfree, that was probably it. Firewatch? Oh god, Fortnite. Sasha in Tales from Borderlands. Oh, Minecraft Story Mode, I'm sorry. Oh, she's Vicky Vale. Filmography. I'm sorry you had to be in Minecraft Story Mode. She was quiet. Oh, she was in a Final Fantasy game. Another Final Fantasy game. Spider-Man Miles Morales. Transformers. Shin Megami Tensei 5. Near Reincarnation. I played a little bit of Near Reincarnation. That game shuts down in like tomorrow. Sad. By a little, I mean I literally played the first 5 minutes. Horizon Forbidden West, Genshin Impact, God of War Ragnarok, somewhere apparently. Tower Fantasy, dear God, I'm so sorry. Armored Core. You see it credited with Wolf Among Us 2 in 2024. Is that ever coming out? Yeah, and I forgot. Telltale's like already dying again.
Right! We're super close to Linny and the others, but we still don't know much about you!
Is that so? Introductions have already been made, have they not?
Oh, well, you see? There's only so much you can
I
learn about
love
someone
voice
from a
actors with
short
range.
introduction.
Wait, but you
At
can
least
still
tell us
recognize
something
them.
a
Like, you
little
know you've heard them
extra.
before, but you have no clue who it is. I
Why
mean,
do you call
Yuya, like,
yourself father?
you played good guys, and you're now playing a villain. Hot damn.
Huh, good question. I'd also like to know.
The fact that you have to ask tells me our intelligence work has been quite successful. Telling you the answer to that question would only serve to undermine that success. And we can't have that, now can we?
Spoken like a true diplomat. That was some expert sidestepping right there.
Well, if there's nothing else, I think I'll take my leave. I still have a small matter to resolve at home.
Wait, don't go!
I'd also like to hear the answer to this. I've met some of the members of your organization, and they all seemed like really good kids. They actually reminded me of Tonya and Tusser. Which, by the way, if you ever betray them, I'm just letting you know, I won't let you off easy.
And why would I betray them?
Well, you've already betrayed the House of the Hearth once, haven't you? At least, that's what I heard. Okay, I admit. That's just what the old man told me. The rooster, I mean.
Wait, did you really do something bad to those
They
kids?
probably mean that she killed the last director, which I know because I've heard her voice lines.
Never mind what I've done. I'm more curious as to what the mighty rooster had to say. Care to enlighten me?
Isn't Rooster like number 9 or
Well,
something?
nothing much. Just some stuff about you
Is that what
taking out
happens as
many
well?
other members of the House of the Hearth, and even going so far to attack your own family.
I see.
Oh, based on your reaction, I'm guessing it's all a bunch of lies.
Hardly. I don't appreciate his particular turns of phrase, but I suppose he didn't say anything untrue. Although, it would be more accurate to say that there is a certain level of prejudice involved. But I don't intend to clear that up just yet. Prejudice has a funny way of concealing the real truth behind certain things, an attribute that I find to be quite advantageous.
Also, the other thing I was thinking of, she sounds like a voice actress for Cortana and Salem. That's because of a character, also, I'd say.
Call yourself a Fontanian, for example, and people will assume all sorts of things, when the real truth is that this is simply the land where I was raised.
Huh? You're not actually from Fontaine? But then why did you try to help out with the prophecy and everything?
I was trying to protect the children born in Fontaine. Claiming that I myself was a Fontanian simply made it easier to operate. People would hardly suspect a fellow Fontanian of having any ulterior motives. Who wouldn't want to save their homeland, after all? The primordial sea wouldn't have any effect on me, but it would have caused great harm to the House of the Hearth. Well, you wanted extra information, didn't you? There you go. I hope that satisfied your curiosity.
So, you stayed in Fontaine for the kids. I guess I was wrong to believe you'd betray them. Apologies. Looks like I was holding on to some prejudices myself.
Good. Like I said, I like it when others have misconceptions of me.
Actually, while I was recuperating at the House of the Hearth, there was something else that really caught my attention. I heard that members always resolve disputes and arguments with a friendly spar, and the loser has to back down. Seems pretty cool if you ask me. Would also give them plenty of opportunities to hone their skills.
Well, that's only a recent development. In the past, such spars weren't nearly so friendly. The losing party would lose everything, including their life.
They were that high stakes? Whew, at least that's not a thing anymore.
Well, the current atmosphere's not half bad. I'm a bit jealous, actually. You've got so many family members around you, and you even get to live with them.
Having a lot of family around means dealing with a considerable amount of bickering and scheming. Once Tonya and Tusser enter their rebellious phase, I'm sure you'll understand. Just imagine. Tusser becomes obsessed with plucking out strands from the rooster's mustache, or Tonya decides to dye her hair 42 different colors.
Okay. I get the picture. Well, would you look at the time? I should probably get going. Traveler, Paimon, I'm not sure where our paths will cross next, but the next time we run into each other, we should definitely try and find some time to spar.
Again, maybe this is a conversation we can have when you look less like you're gonna kill over.
All right. Well, thanks for everything, Arlecchino.
No thanks necessary. You also played a part in obtaining the Gnosis. I would say we can call ourselves even.
I like the sound of that. Well, I'm off. See you all some other time.
We should probably get going too. Do you want to head back with us?
I was just thinking, like, you have said quite a lot about like how Arlecchino could have been completely cut out of the story. It wouldn't have changed anything. The other thing I was just thinking about is poor fucking Dottore. Why was he even in the story? He had a past with Collei, which I think has like not even been mentioned in game like once, other than like for one scene where Collei was a touch freak, whatever, where you go to like touch her shoulder, and she fucking screams at you. I still remember Collei Beskar. That was fucking ages ago. That's like at the very beginning of Sumeria's story. That's ages ago. I still remember that. Fucking Dottore. Why was he a character? He had like 2 scenes. Then they're like, oh, he can clone himself, and you're like, oh, okay. And then he mind controls Sumeria City, and like, oh no, this is high stakes. I'm taking a piss there, but I mean, it was actually a good scene. And then Nahida's like, here's Venosis, and he's like, cool, thanks, bye. And then he just leaves. And then they don't even make him a character to pull for. He's easily the worst Harbinger. Yeah, it's easy. They did absolutely fucking nothing with him. They really should be sticking with these Harbingers for a while. I'm glad. Yeah, if anything, I'm glad he left so that we could have Arlecchino, but then they just haven't realised Arlecchino either. But at least Tartaglia is coming back.
Oh? You want me to leave so soon?
Oh, well, you see,
I'm rather enjoying the evening breeze. If you don't mind, I think I'll stick around for a bit. I have some things to think about. Apologies for not attending to you like a proper host. Please forgive this slight. I do hope you'll have a pleasant stay.
We managed to keep her busy. Oh, I wonder if Liddy ran into any issues.
Paimon's voice line.
Let's hurry back and see how everything went.
God damn it, you're like just barely at the wrong angle. Sure, fuck it. God damn it, Arlecchino, you're supposed to look at the fucking sunset. Oh! Right, Farina, do something. Go on. I kind of really wish Farina was a DPS. I really like Farina. I really do. But she's a support, and I still... I mean, like, I definitely... Like, when I first got her, of course, I was bitching about her a lot on stream, I think. I did not like her kit. I definitely do appreciate her kit way more now, but still, like... Again, part of the point is that each Archon is supposed to be able to fulfill every team role. But Farina only does that with constellations, so... Other characters sort of like picks with the move. Oh yeah, my Rust is actually at like maximum refinement. Thing about Rust though is it has an attack percent
if we didn't keep
substat,
moving,
so
we'd freeze to death. Literally.
Like typically I do not run anything other than it's either ER or crit rate or crit damage. And vast majority of the time I go for crit rate. Let's look at my characters. Crit rate. That's actually ER. Crit rate. No, yeah, I'm actually not. Oh shit, I've proven myself wrong immediately. ER, crit rate. Yeah, crit rate. ER, crit rate. ER. How many characters do I actually use? I've been playing the game for a year and my roster is still actually this small. I mean, I have a lot of characters, the actual ones I use, not a lot of them. Fucking Eula. Eula is so fucking shit. I should not have pulled for her. She is awful. I can't emphasize this enough. No one's watching this. If anyone in future ever watches this, do not pull for Eula. She is fucking awful. She is really fucking bad. She is extremely weak. I got her talents all up to level 8. I have not bad artifacts, even. She's one of my best built characters on my fucking account. She's one of the best built characters on my account. My supports for her aren't good. Well, here's my Rosario, but my Rosario is like C6 still, at least. I mean, here's my Eula team. She is fucking
dead.
awful. Do not ever get Eula. This is my Eula team. Right, Raiden is great for her because she buffs the damage of her burst and gives superconduct for it to deal more damage. Bennett gives healing and an attack buff. And a Pyro Infusion, which allows her to actually melt some of her attacks, which is nice. Rosario gives her energy for her burst, extra crit rate, and physical res reduction. So Rosario is really good. And she herself is one of the most well-built characters on my account. Despite that...
By which I mean...
she's fucking awful. I cannot stress this enough. Eula is incredibly fucking weak. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's use her for like this quest. Remember some people I can beat up real quick. It doesn't matter that Biden's on the wrong build. In fact, actually, if anything, she should actually be dealing more damage with this up. There's some like Rift Wolves or something I can beat up real quick, just to show how shit Eula is. Or should I fight a boss? Sure. Eula is a very much a boss-centric DPS as well. She is supposed to fight bosses rather than singular enemies, just how her burst really works. It pisses me off as well, because I love her aesthetic so much, and I like her as a character. But she is so fucking awful. I bought a goddamn battle pass to get this fucking claymore for her, and I'm never going to use her. She is fucking awful. To the point where even sometimes she's like not even good for overworld shit. Do I actually even remember my rotation though? Start with Raiden. Right. So Raiden skill, Bennett burst skill, Rosaria burst skill, Eula skill burst, hold skill, and then just attack.
Illusion shattered.
I'm going in. Punishment. Yeah.
Crush. Vengeance will be mine.
Yeah.
I fucked up.
Rack and ruin. Shine down.
Judgment.
Beg for mercy.
And then you can still see how this still really doesn't work. She's heavily reliant on that burst. The thing is, her burst, realistically, simply 2 Hu Tao charge attacks will deal more damage from her burst dice. That's it. So in my mind, I just compare her to Hu Tao, and like compared to Hu Tao, Mother of God, like it's nowhere near close.
I condemn you.
Judgment.
I mean, like, I did fuck that rotation up, but like with how powerful how much I've invested into her, with how good her artifacts are, she should be able to like fucking 36-star the Abyss, or like close to it. She cannot. Quite frankly, I'd be surprised if she could complete it. Yeah, do not pull Eula. Do not. Well, I knew she wasn't going to be great. I was like, I'll just pull her, she'll be fun, at least. And I like her as a character. Not worth it, dude. I shouldn't have. I mean, that could cost me another character down the line. Actually, yeah, I said, how many wishes do I have? I spent 20 wishes on this. So that makes me lose a couple. 108 plus 32 pity. So it gives me 140 on main banner, and I have guaranteed. So I'm holding on to my... Can I buy... If I have to... Oh no, I've already bought top-ups. Yeah. So I have to stick to that fucking pity for Nilu. Also now means I have 40 pity on weapon banner. So I would like to get Nilu's weapon, but now I have Dokkan. Maybe not.
Lenny, how did everything go?
Well, long story short, we ran into a small issue. Clairvy can't go into the sunlight. Everything was fine at first. She followed me up to the surface just like I told her. But as I led her out of the shadows and into the sunlight, she vanished. I turned around and there she was, standing at the edge of the shadows, silently watching me.
Huh. Maybe she's afraid of sunlight, or... No, it wouldn't be her wish if that were the case.
Also, I really want Genshin to start doing crossovers, particularly with Star Rail. I want to play as Firefly in Genshin. I really do. That'd be so fucking cool.
Well, we could always try pushing her into it. Oh, true.
I've pretty much tried it all already. Nothing worked. Eventually, the sun went down, so all I could do was bring her back here. How did it go with you, Lynette?
Good. I've got the list. It's right here.
Really? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's take a look!
How the fuck did you find us? Okay, Lynette.
Oh, that's
sure.
a lot of pages. Oh, it's gonna take forever to get through it all.
We can each take a section. Here.
La Pouillade, L'Endroit... Oh, yikes. That our rare guy has a huge scar on his face.
Ah, I've met him before. The scar is from an injury he received during a mission. I still remember him.
Did he say anything else?
Well, I asked if there was someone he was interested in. He said no, and that's where our conversation ended. It was only later that I learned he really did have someone he liked. He risked everything to escape so he could be with her, but it didn't work. One day, Father asked to see him, and, well, I never saw him again after that.
Wait, so that means the knave, she...
It may seem cruel, but it's just one of the rules of the house. Betrayal is not to be taken lightly. We know too many secrets to come and go as we please. So, if you do try to leave, you pay with your life. Her name's not here, huh? Well, that's not too surprising. It doesn't seem like this list is complete. It only contains records dating back around 5 years. Let's shift our attention then. Fremine, were you able to find anything out?
If this is people Arlecchino's killed, or Arlecchino, I keep going back and forth. If this is people Arlecchino's killed, Tartaglia did say Lek. So I'll say Lek. That's a lot of paper. This many in 5 years? Each of these stacks of paper is like a couple hundred pages. That's like, each of those is like a little bit more, probably a little bit more than, each of those looks like 400 fucking pages. According to this, it would seem that Arlecchino has been killing one person a day already. Alright, sure.
Fremine.
Sorry. I was thinking about something. I managed to talk to quite a few people, but I couldn't help but notice that the atmosphere in the house was a little...
strange.
Yeah, I mean, I know there have been arguments in the past, times when people haven't gotten along, Chaplot and Filial are a good example of that.
Oh, those are two of the people that we met while delivering supplies. Paimon can see how they might not get along. They had very different vibes, and their, interests seem to be pretty different as well.
That's to be expected, actually. Father brought us all here, shared her knowledge with us, taught us how to fight. That's one thing we all share. But that's also where the similarities end. Not all of us feel the same desire to stay here. As members of the House of the Hearth, we're also considered part of the Fatui. And to a lot of people, that's an identity they never asked for. Certain members get older and realize they want something else for themselves. But considering the rules of the House, most people would never say that out loud. People like Chaplot and Foltz are loyal to Father and her vision. They're proud to be part of the Fatui. Filial and Nantoy, on the other hand, well, they aren't quite as enthusiastic.
These kinds of conflicts have always been there. It's not like Father is in the dark about any of this.
Well, that's true. But it just feels like things have gotten worse lately. Filial and the others, it seemed like they were meeting in secret to talk about something. I can't say for sure, but I think they've met Clairvy.
Honestly, something which kind of confuses me. How does model clipping actually happen? Because having worked in Engine now, I know that mesh colliders are a thing. I don't know how character models work, because I haven't actually worked with any yet. But surely, in Unity, you have things like gravity and shit, which just kind of does everything for you. So I don't get how clipping can occur if you just have a mesh collider on your character, so different parts can't clip through other parts. This game's made with Unity, so I just don't know.
You think she's been inciting them to
I don't
act
know
out?
how character models work.
No, not exactly. But I wouldn't be surprised if she said something to them about the darkness in the house. She's told me about it before. Experiments being run on children. People being used as pawns on the battlefield without so much as the strength to survive.
And they just believed all that? Without any evidence?
Clairvy's words probably gave them the excuse they were looking for. Whether they actually believe them to be true is secondary.
This is all because of Project Stuja, isn't it?
Whoa. Hold on a second. What's this Project Stuja all about, huh? This is the second time it's come up now.
Sorry, but I'm not sure of the details either. I only know what Father has told us, which is that it's something the Rooster and Regrader have been working on together. Apparently, it has to do with the Fatui's strategic plan for the future. Because the House of the Hearth was so successful in obtaining the Gnosis, we now have the honor of playing a key role in Project Stuja.
Wait, but isn't that a good thing?
Key role is just another way of saying dangerous role. To us, the whole thing is an inconvenience. Father thinks so too, but she's in no position to refuse. Their plan isn't exactly unreasonable, and they've been funneling the house a lot of funding. It's just that we'll lose a lot of members in the process. Participating in the plan, it's an honor in name only. What they're really trying to do is subdue us. The existence of an intelligence organization outside their control makes them feel uneasy.
Okay, super complicated top secret Fatui business aside, what does all of this have to do with the conflicts you were talking about earlier? Paimon doesn't get the connection.
External pressure has a way of exacerbating internal strife. You can't overlook the power of fear either. People are afraid of dying, and that fear is often the impetus for a lot of stupid decisions. I thought resolving the Clairvy situation would make everything go back to normal, but it looks like things are more complicated than I thought. If we leave Filial and the others to their own devices, Sooner or later, Father will be forced to take action.
We can only focus on one situation at a time, brother.
You're right. Even if we confront Filial and the others, it won't do any good. It might even make matters worse. We should focus on Clairvy for now. Well, it's getting late. We should head back and get some rest. We'll try again first thing tomorrow. Lynette, you stick with me this time. Fremine, keep a close eye on Filial and the others. Make sure they don't do anything they'll regret. Good work today, everyone. Have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, I'm always looking forward to an early night, but she can't sleep at all. Hey, you don't think the knave will be too angry with Linny and everyone if she finds out about all this, do you? She's even scary when she smiles. If she were to actually get angry... Ooh, you have to protect Paimon if that happens, okay, Traveler? Oh, well, in that case, we should just plan on running away. We'll grab Linny and the others and we can make a break for it as fast as we can. Look! Look over there! Quick! Let's catch up with her before anyone sees! Over there! Oh, where is she going? Oh, if someone sees her, we're toast! Oh, look! She stopped! while no one was looking. Look how pretty the outside is. If only I could have more than this. You probably think I'm being silly, huh? All this hopeless resisting. It's better to dream of what I could have than try to make it a reality, right? Please, help us get on the same page here, Clary. We need you to tell us what you know. Can you do that? Sure. Although, after you hear all this, I think you might regret that decision. Everyone in this family is nothing more than a tool. Something to be used and exploited. We're all expendable. Including me. As long as you're useful, you get to stick around. Lose your value. You're handed over to the doctor, experimented on, and given a fate worse than death. I've seen it happen again and again, and I've had enough. You're saying the knave did all that? It's just, that doesn't seem like something she would do. She's scary and all, but it seems like even she has lines she wouldn't cross. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Everyone thinks she's a good person. They all think of her like a real mother. Mother? But she doesn't deserve that title. She's disgraced it and tarnished it. And if I had things my way, I'd never see her again. If only Perry were here, she'd understand. Perry? There's that name again. Also, Paimon's getting a strange feeling. It almost feels like she's not really here with us. Paimon can't tell if she's actually talking to us or if she's mistaken us for someone else. Well, in any case, it seems like she really needs someone to talk to. We should keep her company for a little longer. She looks so young. But it seems like she's been through a lot. It's getting windy. I should close the window. Ooh, look at the moon. Isn't it pretty? Hey, wanna hear a secret? I heard that if you look up at the night sky in Snezhnaya, you can see the aurora. It's supposed to be super pretty. Even prettier than the moon tonight. Perry and I promised each other that once we're older, we're gonna go see it together. But I can't find her. I'm worried she's also been... No, that wouldn't happen to her. She's special. Mother likes her a lot.
Nilou's banner ended on the 2nd of May. So in a couple days, in a week, less than a week? In a week it would have been a year.
I should really go talk to Mother, but we just fought. She doesn't want to see me, and I'm too scared to face her. What should I do? Paimon really doesn't understand what's going on with her. Well, let's head back. We've got an early morning tomorrow.
All right, looks like we're all here. Let's go ahead with the plan.
Oh? What is it?
What makes you ask that?
Well, we kinda ran into Clairview last night, and that's what she told us. We met the doctor back in Sumeru. He's super dangerous, and he's done all sorts of bad things.
It's possible that Father and the Doctor have had certain dealings, but I don't think Father would work with him. We're not really on the same side, so there's not a lot of trust between them. That doesn't exactly set the stage for a successful partnership. I did hear, though, that when Father first became a Harbinger, the doctor offered to work with the House of the Hearth. Father rejected most of his proposals, except for one. It had to do with some sort of secret experiment.
Secret experiment? Could that be what Clairvy was talking about?
I don't think so.
I don't know any details about the experiment itself, but I do know it's an entirely independent operation. The doctor only proposed a direction for the research. That was the extent of his involvement. I still don't think that counts as working together. The details of the experiment are confidential, but complete records are kept on all participants. That doesn't seem to be the case with the situation Clairvy referred to. I know you don't agree with some of the Fatui's methods, and I'm not asking you to. But I am asking you to trust us on this. The House of the Hearth has its own principles. There are certain lines we're not willing to cross.
Alright, that's good to hear at least. Clairvy seems to think the knave and the doctor worked together to do something horrible. If that turned out to be true, Paimon doesn't know how he would even face you guys. It's just that it doesn't seem like Clairvy is lying either. The easiest thing to do would be just ask the knave directly, but Paimon doesn't think she'd tell us.
Father didn't come back last night. She's probably still near the shore. We'll be counting on you to distract her. Lynette, you're with me. Fremine, you know what to do. Be on your guard, everyone. All right, let's get to it.
Where are we going today?
Let's try somewhere further away this time.
You're mine. Bring it on.
So it was hard to resist the temptation to, but I did get nowhere. So I could have gotten it. Hopefully I don't regret not getting it.
Ah, it's you two again. I must say, you look a bit pale. Did you have trouble sleeping last night?
A little.
Perhaps if you had less on your mind, you'd be able to absolve yourself of such troubles. So what are you planning to do now? Catch up on some sleep? Or should I give you some time to rack your brain for a topic to discuss before I ask any questions? Although I must profess to being curious. Without child here, how do you plan on distracting me?
Us? Distract you? A good one. But no, we were just here for a chat.
Looks like you could have used some extra time to think. No matter. If you don't have any other plans, why don't you accompany me somewhere? Don't worry. I'll be sure to steer clear of any scheming children.
The ocean breeze is sure nice today.
Children always think they can hide things from the grown-ups. But nothing gets past me. Least of all a little scheming. I think I'll let them have at it for a little longer. I can be very patient. Well, I'll leave you to think things over. If you're so inclined, meet me outside the Palais Mermonia. Good things come to children who do as they're told. So I do hope you decide to tag along. If only for your friends' sakes.
What should we do? She clearly knows about everything we've been doing, and Paimon doesn't think it'd be a stretch to say she was threatening us just now. Oh, good idea. Hopefully he sees it in time. Well, we should probably head to the Palais Mermonia. Paimon doesn't want to find out what happens if we don't show up. Based on what the knave was saying just now, it sure didn't seem like it'd be anything good. Okay, then we probably shouldn't keep her waiting. It seems like Linny and the others are on thin ice, so let's do our best to not get them in any more trouble.
I want to do this real quick. Why Cookie Shinobu? Why is that the character that is?
Let's light it up!
It feels like they deliberately didn't want to give you a strong team composition so that way you can't judge the character.
Step right up.
Off we go! Teamwork is dreamwork!
You're toast! Out of the frying pan!
A round of applause!
How's that damage compared to Garnu? I think Garnu Melt does more damage than that, but it's harder to use. Not to mention we had Kuki though, who's just basically a dead slot. Interesting. Wait, what's his setup? I happen to know Marasho says 4-piece is not actually good for him. You want, is it that and something else? Like attack? I think it's that and attack. Yeah, considering how strong he is here, I would be expecting better results out of him. He's using a 5-star weapon.
Seeing as we still have some time before my meeting, we might as well enjoy some pleasant conversation while we wait. I'm glad to see you get along with my children. Being surrounded by good companions is necessary for a child's development.
You're not planning on doing anything to them, are you?
I assume you're referring to Lyney, Lynette, and Fremine, although there's that situation with Filial and Nentoy as well. It appears quite a few people have been acting out lately. No matter. I'm not one to discriminate. All those who betray the house meet the same fate. There are no exceptions.
Does that mean you're going to kill them?
Oh, are you here to beg for their lives? I'm sorry to disappoint, but the rules of the house change for no one. In my organization, everyone is responsible for their own actions.
But don't you care about them at all? They really respect you. They even call you father. You must feel something for them.
Any organization in which feelings come before principles is one destined for ruin. The House of the Hearth is hardly an exception. You could say our principles are more stringent than most. Perhaps I can offer you this consolation at least. As our guests, you two will not be held accountable along with them. I would imagine Lyney, Lynette, and Fremine will be able to keep their lives. As for Filial, Nentoy, and the others, I'm afraid there's little I can do. They can try to escape, but once you know our secrets, there's no getting out alive.
But that's awful.
Ah, you seem concerned. Out of consideration for my guests, I suppose I could turn a blind eye for a little longer. If Lyney and the others manage to dispose of Clairvy in the meantime, all evidence of their wrongdoing will be lost. In that case, I could hardly punish them for something I couldn't prove. If their efforts are unsuccessful, on the other hand, all will be held accountable. And the punishment will be severe. Of course. Oh, and here, I believe this belongs to you. Do try and keep better track of it next time. It takes a considerable amount of time to train a bird like this. It would be such a pity if you were to lose it. Permanently.
Wait, where did you get that?
Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have to chat. Now, for the matter at hand. I asked you to meet me here because I have business at the Palais Mermonia. It has nothing to do with you, but I think it would be prudent for you to stick by my side for the time being. There will always be time later to run off and tell Lyney what you've learned. Well, time to go. Looks like we wrapped things up just in time.
Neverlet screen time.
It's been a while, Monsieur Neverlet. I must say, I wasn't expecting my meeting request to be approved quite so quickly. The Palais Mermonia operates with an efficiency worthy of admiration.
It is only right that an esteemed diplomat such as yourself should be afforded the proper level of respect. Although, if I may speak plainly, I must confess that I did not anticipate we would have the occasion to meet again after presenting you with the Gnosis. I see you brought the Traveler and Paimon with you as well. If I may inquire as to the purpose of your visit.
I'll be departing Fontaine shortly. There is, however, an outstanding matter that I would like to see resolved before I go. It requires a rather lengthy explanation, I'm afraid. So I took the liberty of explaining everything in this proposal. Please review it at your leisure, Monsieur Neverlet.
I understand your request. However, at the risk of causing offense, I must admit that I fail to see why you would wish for such a thing.
I heard you have a certain fondness for water tasting, Monsieur Neuvillette, so allow me to use water as an analogy. A family is like a large body of water with countless rivers flowing in and out. As someone who watches over this system, I would hope that each river that flows from the source will eventually reach the ocean. Of course, objectively speaking, I know this is impossible. Most of the rivers will dry up along the way, disappearing into the ground and leaving nothing but a barren riverbed behind. Not all rivers are destined to reach the ocean, but I would not see their existence rendered meaningless. I believe the water that flows within them is simply meant for a different destination, like a field in need of irrigation. Or perhaps the glass of a certain water-tasting enthusiast.
Are you saying you want to eject Lily, Annette, and Feminate from the house?
Did you get any of that, Traveler?
Your words paint an optimistic picture indeed. Allow me to remind you, however, few among us are willing to sip from a glass filled with tainted water.
It may have been tainted at one point in time, but not to worry. I'll make sure it's strained of all impurities and returned to its cleanest form.
I seem to recall there being a transactional aspect to your proposal. Perhaps you could expound on that?
If you accept my proposal, Monsieur Neuvillette, I will gradually withdraw my forces from Fontaine. And, unless absolutely necessary, I will no longer carry out any special missions within Fontaine.
I presume I can take your words to mean that, in the future, cases similar to the Tartuffe assassination will cease to cross my desk?
Tartuffe? Ah, that thief who embezzled funds from all those charities, you mean? My deepest condolences to his family, but without any evidence, I cannot imagine how the House of the Hearth might have been involved in his passing. Of course, if you accept my proposal, Monsieur Neuvillette, I'm sure certain measures could be taken to reduce the frequency of such troubles.
You choose your words carefully indeed. In that case, I am inclined to accept your proposal.
My thanks for your generosity, Monsieur Neuvillette. Well, with that settled, we should be going now. I took the liberty of bringing along 2 bottles of spring water from Snezhnaya for you to enjoy. I do hope I get the chance to hear your impressions. Perhaps at our next meeting, yes?
Indeed. I trust you would not overlook your commitment in the meantime.
All right, Traveler Paimon. Time to go.
I believe I've told you before that my emotions easily resonate with those of others. Yet in the few meetings I've had with that Harbinger, I haven't been able to sense any aspect of her emotional state. Her mind is like a still body of water. Who knows what darkness lies in its depths? And the lack of ripples on the surface gives nothing away. It's unclear whether this is her natural state of being, or whether it's an incredible strength of will that gives her the ability to master her emotions. Either scenario, however, suggests she is a very dangerous individual. I do not expect an explanation as to why you two are by her side. Whatever your reasoning, I would only advise you to take caution.
What percentage damage increase would that be? Less than 10%. Like 7 or 8%? Is that worth it? Right, well, that's gone him about an extra 2,000 HP. So that's something.
So, what exactly were you talking about back there? Paimon only heard you mention some rivers, a large body of water, and then some kind of irrigation scheme.
You really want to know? I would imagine there might be more pressing concerns at the moment.
Lenny, Paimon really hopes everything's going okay. Oh, Paimon recognizes that look. You've got your ticket cap on, don't you, Traveler?
I'm liking what is happening in this quest. I'm not liking the dialogue. I don't think the dialogue is feeling up to it today.
Oh, shoot. Are you alright? Oh, jeez. I'm so sorry. I was so focused on selling these papers, I wasn't looking where I was going. Well, let me make it up to you at least. Here, take this paper. On the house.
Oh, you don't have to give us anything.
Please, I want to. It's not like I'm short on supply. All the extra... It's my fault, really. I was just trying to bring home...
What's going on here?
Nothing much. I just ran into your friend here on accident. I should probably get going, actually, so...
Hold on.
Of course, I'm happy to compensate you with Mora, it's just... I don't have any on me at the moment.
I'll take 3 papers. Here. Your payment.
Oh! Thank you for your patronage. May the Archons bless you with good fortune. If only I had the chance to run into such generous customers every day. I should probably just take on a smaller inventory though, right? I'm getting married soon, so...
Well, now that my affairs are settled, we should take the boat back to Poisson. We've even acquired some light reading to enjoy along the way.
Actually, why don't we stick around for a little longer? Paimon just realized how hungry she is. She can't head back to Poisson on an empty stomach.
It appears you two are under the impression that delaying our return will somehow alter the situation in your favor. I'm sorry to ruin your fantasy, but your efforts are meaningless. That being said, I could be persuaded to give Linny some extra time. I just have one condition. If you agree to my request, I'll even answer some of your questions. You're quite curious about Claire V, are you not? And my relationship to her.
Wait, why are you being so generous all of a sudden? You're not gonna ask us to do something bad, are you?
You overestimate yourself. You don't have the talent for bad things.
Then what can you possibly...
Okay, I like that line. That's a good line. I like that one, mate.
The most important consideration in a negotiation is that both sides receive something they want. Demands and threats only get you so far. Wonderful. Here it is. When the time comes, make the choice that you deem most appropriate in the situation, and lend your help to the House of the Hearth.
Okay. Sounds normal enough. But what do you mean, when the time comes? When is that supposed to be?
That is for you to decide. Then we have a deal. Follow me.
Is this new? I've been here before. Is this new? I don't remember this. So I do not want to use this team in the boss fight. Oh, John.
What is this place?
Somewhere long forgotten by everyone. It used to be a grand building. Now it's nothing more than a pile of rubble. No one comes here anymore, nor does anyone care about what once happened here. Although, this place does have something to do with the story I'm about to tell you. It was before I became a Harbinger, and before Linny and the others joined the House of the Hearth. Due to certain events, I first killed Clairvy and then her mother. And this is where it all happened.
You were the one that killed Clairvy?
Patience now. Allow me to explain Clairvy's side of the story first. I'll start from the beginning. Clairvy was 6 years old when she was brought by her mother, Crucibina, to live in the House of the Hearth. From the outside, it seemed like a fairy tale. A thriving family made up of kind adults and friendly children. Crucibina was the knave at that time, and the House of the Hearth was under her control. She was Clairvy's mother by blood, but she was also the mother to all the children in the house. Clairvy was happy here, for a time. But she quickly realized that being part of this family wasn't a fairy tale at all. It was a kind of purgatory.
Purgatory?
Exactly. The House of the Hearth takes in war orphans from all over Teyvat. But as for how to raise them, that depends entirely on the person in charge. Crucibina came up with a novel idea. She would teach the children to fight, force them to duel each other, and then crown as the king of the house the child who proved themselves most worthy of inheriting her title. It's difficult to estimate the number of children who died or were maimed in the process. There's little I can say about the ones who died. The ones that emerged with permanent injuries, on the other hand, well, they still served a purpose. They would be handed over to the doctor to be experimented on, or sent away on dangerous missions. Nothing more than tools to be used and then discarded.
So those were the experiments Clairvy was talking about. But what actually happened to her? You said that Clairvy was Crucibina's daughter, so if Clairvy tried to convince her to stop what she was doing, Crucibina probably would have listened, right?
Despite being Clairvy's mother, Crucibina cared little for her daughter. She forced Clairvy to join the House of the Hearth only as a means to demonstrate her own impartiality as a mother, to prove that she treated all her children equally. Clairvy did try to convince her mother to change her ways, but it was to no avail. After her efforts failed, the only other option was to rise up and try to fight back. Unfortunately, the other children had already been thoroughly indoctrinated into the illusion of happiness Crucibina had created. Of course, there was one exception. Someone Clairvy's age who knew the truth about the House of the Hearth. Her name was Peruere.
Wait, the friend that Clairvy mentioned?
Friend, huh? I suppose we can call her that for now. Clairvy was a cheerful and passionate person with a tenacious spirit. Peruere, on the other hand, was rather cold-blooded. Her cold-blooded nature allowed her to see through Crucibina's facade. Yet, it was also this cold-bloodedness that prevented her from acting against it. At least at first. Well, despite their differences, the two became fast friends, united by their knowledge of the truth. Clairvy told Peruere that she hoped to create a real family, where no one would be killed or sacrificed.
I need to stop doing that. I was watching some of my Final Fantasy VII streams. I was trying to get clips for Instagram. God, the viewing experience for my streams is awful. Oh dear. I was trying to catch a beach scene, the talk with Aerith. It's like I'm constantly pausing for photo mode and talking over a cutscene, and my dog is barking. Oh dear. Arlecchino really calling herself cold-blooded? Alright. I was really about to say, I hope Arlecchino was actually in the house.
There may have been a certain naivete to her ideas, but Clairvy proved her determination many times over. She tried countless times to run away, ask for help, or expose the truth. But her efforts only earned her beating after beating. The only thing that kept her going was her strength of will. Even with her body racked with pain, she would still stand on her tiptoes and open the window at night. She and Perouer would look out at the moon together, a fierce longing for freedom shining in her eyes. But one day that light simply vanished.
Oh no. What happened?
Her hopelessness resulted from a culmination of things. 10 years had passed. 10 years worth of failure after failure. She and Perouer weren't children anymore, but finding any chance to escape still seemed as hopeless as ever.
Also, I wasn't going to bring it up, but now, with this shot, I feel like bringing it up. Clovey looks like Firefly, vaguely. There's not a lot of characters with headbands. And they do recycle assets, like Green Fen is literally gamming. I wouldn't be surprised if her model was partially ripped from Firefly.
It was during this time that Perouer suggested a new plan. If escaping was out of the question, why not take down the very person sitting on top of this throne of lies? Mother herself. Clairvy rejected that proposal. She claimed that, as a famous harbinger, Crucibina possessed an unimaginable amount of power. Trying to kill her would have an incredibly low chance of success. Clairvy never gave another reason, but Perouer could see it written all over her face. Clairvy still thought of Crucibina as her mother. Killing her own flesh and blood was a line she couldn't bring herself to cross. If she couldn't escape and fight back, then only one option remained. Precisely. Death was the only way that she felt she could be free. It happened during a duel. When she arrived at the dueling ring that day, her partner turned out to be none other than Perouer, the very person that had stood by her side all those years. It was a fierce battle, but ultimately, Clairvy decided to let Perouer end her life. From that moment on, Perouer's journey was one written in flames. When the rain finally came and washed it all away, there she stood, the sole victor in Mother's endless game of slaughter. A trail of corpses strewn across her path to success. It was the very result she had predicted 10 years prior. Even then, she believed she would make it until the end. She wasn't surprised by the fact that she emerged as Mother's undisputed heir. Rather, her success left her with an inexplicable sense of restlessness. She was unsettled, and there was only one thing that could quell that sensation. Perhaps you two would like to take a guess as to what it was?
Crucibina, you mean? But...
Correct. This is the place where Peruere killed her best friend. A mere year later, this is also the place where she fought tooth and nail to kill the mother they shared. The moment she acted, any conception of what was right or wrong ceased to matter. It's one of the principles of the house. Only those who survive get to write the rules. Peruere won the battle, and became a harbinger herself. After which Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa, bestowed upon her a new name. Arlecchino.
So the Perry Clairvy was talking about... It was you all along. You're Peruere.
Thanks for that, Paimon.
The name you got later.
Dialogue. Oh. Oh, Paimon. Oh, every time I say, I actually like Paimon. I don't think she's bad. Paimon says something like that, I'm like, you make me look stupid. Stop making me look stupid. Oh.
I left that name behind long ago. I must say, hearing it now does bring back memories. After I defeated Crucibina, the moniker of Mother died with her. I chose to forego the title she called herself, and even chose to give up my own name. I rebuilt the House of the Hearth under a new identity. Not only as Arlecchino, but as father. And that is where the story ends. Any more questions?
Like that. Are you just saying that father is the opposite of mother and you wanted to do something different? That's a bit simple.
Yeah. Based on what you just told us, Clairvy wasn't a little kid when she was killed. So the Clairvy we met... Was she really a spirit at all?
I suppose you could call her an illusion born of flame. Her existence is like ashes to a fire. Something left over in the wake of blaze and ruin. You see, a certain power runs through my veins. It's not unlike a curse. My flames leave behind shadows of anything they consume. Of course, the chances of those shadows morphing into a sentient entity are exceedingly slim. Clairvy is a very special case. Clairvy died when she was 16 years old, but what emerged from the flames was her 6-year-old self. Her appearance wasn't the only thing affected. Most of her memories were lost to the blaze as well. Memory is a mysterious thing indeed. Losing a portion of your memories will alter your sense of self. Lose 10 years' worth, however, and it would be like living in the past. Like returning to a version of yourself that never grew up.
No wonder Paimon got such a weird feeling when we were talking to her.
Perhaps I should put it this way. Clairvy is someone trapped in time. It may seem like she exists with us in the present, but she truly lives in the confines of her own past.
So if all of that is true, then you must have known about Clairvy for a long time.
Indeed. She's a rather volatile and unstable entity. Sometimes she would look after the children. She's even saved some of their lives. But other times, she would hide from me and become obsessed with revealing the truth about the house to anyone who will listen. Shadows don't have the capacity to learn or grow. Any new information they encounter is quickly forgotten over time. Your attempts to expose Clairvy to sunlight. They failed, yes? The reason is actually quite simple. In Clairvy's mind, the house is impossible to escape, and it is this very perception that traps her there. But no matter. All I have to do is kill her again, and all will be resolved. I don't anticipate so much as a single speck of ash will be left behind this time.
Wait! Paimon can understand why you might want her gone, but isn't there another way? So what if she's trapped in her 6-year-old self? She's still your friend! At least talk to her first!
It's too late for that. She broke the rules, and now she must be punished. That goes for Filial and Nantoy as well. She's had quite the effect on them. I hope you understand. The difference between Crucibina and myself lies in our formulation of the rules, not our policy for enforcing them. Upholding the rules without question is a trait we both share, because that is how a household should be run.
Is this really what you want to do?
Whatever could you mean?
Don't you want to say a proper goodbye at least?
Whether as a killer or as a father, there are two things that must be avoided at all costs: anger and sorrow. Anger makes you impulsive. Sorrow causes you to waver. Well, it appears it's about time to proceed. Before we arrived, I told some of my well-behaved children to bring our troublemakers here by nightfall. I do believe I've kept my end of the deal. I gave your friends quite a bit more time. As for what happens now, we'll just have to wait and see.
Here they are, Father.
You gonna execute him? Seeing something like that would actually be a first for me. Lenny!
I'm sorry. I heard about how you helped buy us more time, but I still failed. I couldn't find a way to fulfill her wish.
Huh? Are you... Perry?
Indeed. It's been a while, Clairvy.
Perry!
Shh. Stay right there. I'm sorry to postpone our reunion, but first I believe certain scores need settling.
Father, let me explain.
Out of my way.
Father!
You chose to conceal a threat to the house. And for that, you must be punished. Overall, however, I suppose your wrongdoing is hardly the most egregious of the bunch, so I'll deal with your punishments later. As for right now, the more pressing concerns are the traitors among us.
By traitors? Do you mean us?
Father, let me explain. We didn't mean to...
Fultz, why don't you share what you heard?
Yes, Father. Secret Midnight Meeting number 3. Participants: Filial, Nantoy, Sato, Toddy. Nantoy clearly said, "If only Father wasn't the one who took us in." Sato added, "I'm sick of this life. I just want to live as a normal person." Filial was the worst of them all. She called us crazies and said a bunch of mean things about Father.
I did not! You're lying! Fultz is trying to frame us.
It's not like I'm the only one who heard those things. After that, you and Toddy and a bunch of other people started talking about Clairvy. You were using all those things Clairvy brought up as an excuse to question Father. We're birds locked in a cage. The only way out is to destroy it. That's what you said, wasn't it?
You little... You just want me gone, don't you? What did I ever do to you, huh? And you, Sheplo, have you forgotten who stood by your sickbed, watched over you, and changed your dressings? Come on, let's hear it then. What's your reason for all this?
You're wrong, Filial. We don't want you to die. You're our family.
Liar. You wouldn't be doing this if that were the case. So why? Why have you backed us into a corner?
We all live in the House of the Hearth. You know the type of work we do, Filial. A single betrayal can cost dozens of us our lives. It's not like it's never happened before. That kind of thing is hard to forget. That's why the House of the Hearth cannot tolerate any form of betrayal. Ever since we came to Poisson, you've had 7 secret meetings. A lot of the things you talked about really crossed the line.
You've been spying on us for half a month? Wait a second. Now that I think about it, the move to Poisson was just a way to make it easier to spy on us, wasn't it? Because we were all in one place. You've had this planned all along.
Filial, Nantoy, I'm sorry. I owe you both my life. I owe Clairvy too. If it weren't for all your help after I got poisoned, I wouldn't be standing here today. If this were any other situation, I would do anything to repay that kindness, even if it cost me my life. But rules are rules. I'm sorry. My hands are tied.
Why? Why?
That's enough, Filial. We made a mistake, and we should own up to it. We broke the rules, plain and simple. And now we have to face the consequences. I'm sorry, Chapleau. Fultz. I'm sorry, Father. We accept our punishment.
Chapleau, according to the rules of the House of the Hearth, how should these traitors be punished?
All those who betray the house pay with their lives.
And so it shall be.
Father, please wait!
Something you want to say, Linny?
Please reconsider, Father. What Filial and the others did, does it really count as betrayal? We all come from broken families. From the very first day we joined the House of the Hearth, we wanted nothing more than to make it a real home. But the truth is, none of us know what a real home should look like. I'm not saying I have all the answers. All I know is this. Killing Filial and the others may uphold the rules, but doing so will only bring us further away from being a real family than we've ever been. So please, Father, please reconsider.
I agree with Linny.
Father, please.
Linny, you...
I also agree with Linny.
An order once given cannot be rescinded. However, given the extent of your determination, I suppose we shall have to go about this a different way. Draw your weapons and face me.
Our weapons?
Father, are you referring to a duel?
Precisely. The rules of the house will not be altered. Traitors must be punished. However, resolving disputes with a duel is also one of our rules, one that also applies to me. Demonstrate a sufficient showing of strength, and I shall offer a concession.
Wait. Beat Father in a duel?
Impossible. Father is way too strong, even for Lenny.
Did you hear that, Traveler? Lenny and the others have to duel the knave. What should we do? Can they really win something like that? If they lose, those people from the house are really gonna be executed. Hey, are you listening?
Don't you want to say a proper goodbye at least?
Anger makes you impulsive. Sorrow causes you to waver.
Looking at that expression on her face, she seems really serious about this. Guess that means there's no chance she's throwing the duel on purpose, huh?
When guests are around, families are often on their best behavior. And any disputes are less likely to escalate.
When the time comes, make the choice that you deem most appropriate in the situation, and lend your help to the House of the Hearth.
What's wrong, Traveler? Hey, where are you going?
Traveler?
You're asking to join the duel against the knave?
I'll allow it. We do have a ready-made dueling ring at our disposal, after all. All I would advise is this. Keep a firm grasp on your weapon, and give it your all. Any less, and you may just lose your life.
Solidify!
Closer now. Spare your energy. Running is of little use.
Now's our chance!
Quietly now. Here
Is it my turn now?
Stabilize!
See? Go!
Now that's more like it.
Phew. Over here!
With the fall of darkness,
Gather.
destruction shall rise. Have a taste of purgatory.
Get in gear!
Mine's your fate.
Is it my turn now?
Things are about to get dicey.
Now's our chance!
Not bad.
Stabilize!
Proven to be a worthy opponent after all.
No, my sword! Huh? Busted. Here comes the catch.
Go! Huh?
Watch out for Father's movements!
My blade is all that remains.
Game's up. Fun's over.
Now's our chance!
Over here!
I will have order!
You should know better than to crowd in one place.
Oh, I know.
No! I'm sorry, Father!
Sorry for what? This pitiful excuse for an attack.
Father, no!
Made it out, did you? You're stronger than I expected.
A crimson moon. I can't move.
Still, not strong enough to beat me. I believe we can end things here. It's not often that we get to enjoy the company of guests, after all. We wouldn't want things to get too out of hand.
Brother, are you all right?
Lenny. Given that I am the victor of this duel, as agreed, the punishment stands.
No!
I never thought things would end like this.
However, everyone involved in the duel demonstrated a remarkable level of strength and determination. In light of this, I'm prepared to change the method of execution. Elwar, the bottled flames I gave you for safekeeping. Do you still have them?
Yes? I wasn't sure what they were for, but I've kept them super safe. I didn't lose a single one.
Wonderful. Then, in just a moment, I'll have you administer them.
Bottled flames?
Indeed. They're the product of a secret experiment. Under certain special circumstances, flames can be extracted from my person and preserved. Once ingested, searing pain will spread across every inch of your body. No harm will come to you physically, but your memories will be burned away. If you can withstand the pain. When you awake, you'll have forgotten everything you know about the House of the Hearth, and will be expelled from the organization. In other words, administering this concoction will kill the version of you that grew up in the house, and give you a new identity. Memory is a mysterious thing indeed. Losing a portion of your memories will alter your sense of self.
So, you're just letting us go, Father?
You misunderstand. Memories are extremely important. Once consumed by flame, the version of you standing before me will die, and our secrets will die with you. So no, I don't intend to just let you go, because the person who survives will be nothing but a stranger.
Even so, I won't have to live in fear anymore. I'm sorry, Father. I'm sorry I let you down. But I really...
Don't cry, Filial. You haven't left the house yet, so there are still rules to be followed, yes? Remember what I taught you. Anger makes you impulsive, sorrow causes you to waver. Don't let yourself be controlled by your emotions.
Of course. I'll remember.
Dry your tears, and go pursue the life you really want.
Yes, Father.
Chaplot, Foltz, Elwar. Take them back to Poisson. And bring Linny and the others as well. I prepared 3 extra vials of bottled flames. As for whether to take them, the choice is yours. Goodbye, children. The next time we meet, I will no longer be your father. Thank you for all you've done for the house. I hope you have bright futures ahead of you.
Father.
Let's go.
Here, grab my arm, Linny. I'll help you walk back.
Thank you.
Clairvy.
Can we talk now? I've been waiting for a super long time. You really are Perry, aren't you? I haven't seen you in so long. How come you're all grown up? Wait, did I somehow travel to the future on accident? Or am I dreaming? What a long dream.
Neither. You died, Clairvy. That's what happened.
You could have at least sugarcoated it a little. Look, she's that speechless. Oh. Okay then. Huh? That's it? You accepted it just like that? Yep. If that's what Perry says happened, then I believe her. Perry wouldn't lie to me. Plus, I don't really need to know why I'm like this. I'm more curious about what happens in the future. If you're a harbinger now, Perry, that means Mother is gone, isn't she? Can you tell me about it? I want to know what happened to her. And to me.
You never stopped trying to defy fate. At first, no one believed you. You could only vent your frustrations to the moon. In fact, you often sought comfort in the night sky. You wanted to see the aurora, so one night we promised each other we would go to Snezhnaya to see it together. Later on, you tried to run away, but you were brought back each time. Mother spared your life, but it wasn't out of kindness. Instead, she decided to make an example of you by slowly torturing you over time. That way, the other children would know what happens to traitors. Still, you never gave up. Mother hoped that through ruthless duel after ruthless duel, she would be able to crown an ultimate victor among the children she raised. But you called on everyone to unite, to fight to a draw in order to reduce casualties. Your efforts may have only delayed the inevitable, but still. You gave them hope. You tried everything you could think of, but every attempt ended in failure. Still, you never turned your sword on Crucibina, and you never turned it on me. On that gloomy day, you told me, "For the last 16 years of my life, I've done everything I can to fight for freedom. But now, I realize that the only freedom I truly possess is the freedom to choose to die."
I never imagined I would say something like that. I must have been feeling really worn down. But somehow, I still think I understand. According to Mother's plan, only one of us was going to make it until the end. And I always hoped that person would be you. If I could do it all over again, I still don't think I would make a different choice. Even when I first met you, I knew you'd be able to do what I couldn't.
Is that so? Even now, I'm not sure I truly understand what kind of freedom you were trying to pursue. But as the head of the House of the Hearth and as the children's father, I've tried to give them the most basic of freedoms. The freedom to choose their own fate. It's something I discussed with the Eudex of Fontaine. The children who want to leave the house will have their memories wiped clean of all secrets pertaining to the organization. In return, they will be allowed to live a normal life in Fontaine without being prosecuted for their past. Of course, I won't simply hand freedom to them on a silver platter. They have to fight for it and prove themselves worthy of it. Only freedom that is earned has true value.
That's more than enough. That's exactly the kind of life I was fighting for. You know, Perry, I think you're a pretty amazing king, and a really great father, too. I'm really happy that you're the one who took over the house. I guess I do have one regret, though. I still haven't seen the outside world.
Well, it just so happens that our dear guests over here have been to many nations and traveled to countless places. Perhaps they would be willing to tell you what the outside world is like.
Really? Of course! We've traveled all over the place. We've got so many stories, we could probably talk your ears off for 3 days straight!
I was always too afraid to skip Mother's fighting lessons. But at the academia, I bet you could do all sorts of secret things in class. Things that have nothing to do with studying. I'm just kidding. Being able to study whatever you want without having to fear for your life actually sounds pretty great. Ah, that's where Mora comes from. I never knew that before. If I had some Mora, I would buy 3 new dresses. One for me, one for Perry, and one for Mother. It's just too bad Perry doesn't like wearing dresses. And Mother, well, she probably wouldn't accept something like that either. I guess I'd just have to keep them all for me then. I could wear a different one every day. You know, I used to dream of being a bard. Playing the lute while singing into the winds of freedom. Even if there was no one there to listen, I would have continued to sing no matter what. Those yokai you mentioned, what do they look like? I once saw a drawing of this one guy with horns on his head and a super scary face. Are there any yokai like that?
Oh, sounds like you're talking about an Oni. Yep, we've met one, and let Paimon tell you, they're not nearly as scary as they look. The situation was super dangerous. Lenny and Lynette were accused of committing a crime, and they were going to have to stand trial at the Opera Epicles.
Oh no, that must have been hard for all of you. What happened next?
Don't worry, we were able to turn the situation around super quickly, all thanks to Detective Paimon, of course.
How'd you do that? Come on, tell me.
Okay, so it was like this. After the failed magic show, we rushed to the scene and...
Shadows don't have the capacity to learn or grow. Any new information they encounter is quickly forgotten over time. Clairvy. You've worked tirelessly from the shadows to overthrow the House of the Hearth. Now, by my authority as the Knave, I shall announce how this matter ends. You are hereby expelled from the House of the Hearth. You are no longer tied to this place, nor are you bound by its rules.
You're saying that I can finally leave? I get to experience the outside world as well? Oh, I almost forgot. There's no getting older for me. Still, seeing who you grew up to be makes me really happy, Parallel. Take care of yourself. Goodbye.
May we meet again someday.
Clairvy. She left so soon. Paimon didn't even get to finish her story.
I also have certain sentiments left unsaid. I wanted to tell her that the aurora I saw in Snezhnaya was just as beautiful as the ones in the pictures. But a shadow's memories reset at dawn. Had we delayed any longer, we wouldn't have had the time to say goodbye. Whatever regrets may linger, let them be lost to the coming of a new day.
Father?
It's Lyney! Hey, Lyney! What is he doing back here? Let's go check it out.
Father, the bottled flames have been administered. Filial and the others have left the house.
And you? What have you decided?
Thank you for giving us that choice, Father. But we never wanted to leave the house. It's the only home we've ever known. Lynette and Fremine feel the same way. They're recuperating back at the Hotel Bouffe d'été. But I decided to come back and tell you where we stood.
I'm sure you're well aware of the expectations I have for you. I want you to follow in my footsteps and become the next king of the house. Yet you seem to have different ideas. I must admit, I'm rather surprised by your decision to stay. There's nothing wrong with choosing to live a quiet life. Leading this organization is a heavy responsibility, one not so easily carried by someone forced onto the throne.
I just never understood what you saw in me. What made you believe I was deserving of that throne?
You're brave, talented, and, most importantly, you cherish your family. You would do anything to protect them, even if it costs you your life.
Speaking up back there was so brave of you, Lyney. It's all thanks to you that we were able to convince Father to back down.
You're a hero, Lyney.
Hero? Father is the real hero. Had Father gone all out during the duel, there's no way I would have walked away with my life. She must have had it all planned from the beginning, from the very moment she suggested a duel. I'm not deserving of that title. I'm not strong enough, or smart enough.
You're wrong. In my opinion, all you need to be deserving of the throne is conviction and the necessary strength to act on it. We may have different ideas of what it means to be a family, but you can hardly be said to lack conviction. What you truly lack is strength. For someone of your talent, though, that's something that will come with time. Even without that strength, you still chose to face me in a duel, even though the odds were stacked against you. That capacity to honor your convictions is what I truly see in you.
Father.
No one knows what the future holds, what tragedy or triumph may be in store. Being at the head of this organization requires the strength of will to face whatever comes. Caution will only hold you back. If reaching a certain standard were required to go after what you want, I would never have succeeded in killing my predecessor. Back then, there was still a considerable gap between our abilities. Strength may decide the ultimate victor, but those who let a lack of strength dictate their decisions or undermine their convictions will never be worthy of the throne.
I understand, Father. Thank you.
Children must grow up to surpass their parents. Only then can a family continue to flourish. The road ahead is not an easy one, so I'll ask you one last time. Are you certain you want to stay?
You've done so much for me, Father, and that kindness must be repaid. Plus, with Project Stuja at hand, there are many dangers ahead, and I, for one, don't intend to back down. Protecting my family at all costs, that's my conviction.
Then you're welcome to stay. As for Project Stuja, you need not be too concerned. If those cowardly businessmen and heartless dignitaries try to take us down, I'm prepared to teach them a lesson. Having members who longed for the light was our organization's last weakness. With those members no longer among our ranks, the House of the Hearth is like a spider hiding in the shadows. We need only wait for our prey to come to us. At present, our imperative is to use their plan to our advantage. In doing so, a crimson moon shall rise amid the frigid blizzards of winter. No demonstration of loyalty shall go unrewarded, and no sacrifice shall be in vain. As for the two of you, whether we meet again as friend or foe, I'll remember the camaraderie we shared in this moment. No matter how arduous the journey ahead, I hope we both reach our desired destination.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share?
I think that was pretty good. We aren't quite done yet. Boss fight, I quite like that. Some little bit of camera fuckery, just a little bit. I was fine with that. I mean, that's pretty much the only reason why that was really an issue is because of specifically Hu Tao. Other characters wouldn't have that problem, just because Hu Tao does so much fucking dashing around the screen that the game struggles to handle it a little bit. Is that going to be a Trounce to me? So I would have thought it would be. And I mean, this patch would normally introduce a Trounce domain, right? Because normally it's every 0.6 introduces the Archon V-Run, and with the Archon V-Run, their story quest, and with their story quest, their new Trounce. So I mean, the fight was over relatively quickly, but it seemed very cool. I really loved that whereby he went into Yolan's dash and dashed around her fucking laser beam. That felt really good. That felt fucking bad. It sounds to me like they're setting up whatever the actual plan with the no-seas are, and whatever this thing is they're talking about. Clips will last 30 minutes, and unfortunately that whole exchange was over 30 minutes, so some part of it's just going to have to get cut out for me to put onto YouTube. Also, the obvious thing. Where was this? I was not thinking that sequence was actually half an hour, goddamn. I clipped 30 minutes. Fight itself was like 2 minutes. The fight itself was over pretty damn quickly. Really good cutscene. So what happened here when... She shines her eyes. We get pulled into them. Or she gets pulled into ours. That just really looks like what was going on in Honkai Star Rail. That really looks like what was going on. A Crimson Moon. It's funny that Lumine specifically mentions that. The fact they draw attention to it's not just random imagery. They wanted the protagonist to say in that cutscene, a Crimson Moon. It's a significant detail. What are the lore implications of this? And the background looks starry as well. There's stars all over the background. Also, obviously this invites further Sephiroth comparisons. Oh, for fuck's sake. So just like Sephiroth, we haven't even explained the whole fucking glitching aesthetic she has. That's just there. She's literally just Sephiroth. She's Sephiroth, but maybe a little bit more empathetic, a little bit less evil. But it's great that we do lose to her because, I mean, we hardly... Did we even beat Child? I struggle to remember.
When Fremine were recovering at the Hotel Bouffe d'été? Oh, Paimon wonders how they're doing. Maybe we should go check on them.
When we fight Child, we're fairly even. We only beat Wanderer. Canonically, we only beat Wanderer because he was a savage. Because we fought him like 800 times.
Osmanthus why?
And we had Nahida helping us. So we were basically on fucking god mode for that fight, and that's the only way we were able to beat him. So it just makes sense that we would not be able to beat number 4. But personally, I would very much be a fan of the idea that the numbers shouldn't be taken too seriously. I think if it's true that number 1 is just the strongest, I honestly think that'd be a little bit disappointing. I feel like that should be where their reputation places them, but not necessarily. Not necessarily actually true. No. I need to stop doing that. Yeah, the temptation to pull for them is now increasing. It's increasing, but I need to keep it down. I think I shouldn't have gotten Raiden C2. I don't think it was worth it. First of all, Raiden is not that great. My build through isn't the best. But, it's not as good as it sounds. But the main reason is that now it's kind of locked me off and getting other characters. If I didn't have Raiden C2, I probably would pick up either Linny or Arlecchino. One of the two, probably. But I can't, so... I mean, I got almost 3 weeks to make up my mind.
Lynette? Fremine? How are you feeling?
Much better.
Whew, what a relief!
What about you? Are you feeling alright?
I knew you'd come out unscathed. Us, on the other hand, well... we've been bedridden for 2 days. I couldn't even turn over.
2 days? 2 days? You think you have it bad? It's been a month.
Oh, and I wanted to ask, is Clairvy gone? Linny and the other members have left Poisson and returned to the House of the Hearth. According to him, there haven't been any more sightings of a spirit roaming the house.
So why did Clovey disappear at that moment, though? She said, oh yeah, when it becomes dawn. Is it because she was out in the light at dawn, and she hasn't been like that before? So obviously she's been around for way longer. Maybe that's just it. Just that she's, for whatever magic reasons, if she's out during the day, and then sunlight comes across her, then she's gone. That's some weird rules, but okay, sure. Whatever. Genshin Impact.
I see.
I'm glad. Father came to check up on us 2 days ago and told us about what happened with Crusabina and Clairvy. Actually, I've met Crusabina before.
Wait, what? You've met the former knave?
Crusabina died a year after Clairvy. It was during the year between their deaths that I joined the House of the Hearth. Crusabina had an extremely cruel and radical way of doing things. While she was alive, the atmosphere in the house was suffocating.
Does that timeline add up? I forget when we said how long ago Crusabina was. Does that timeline make sense? I don't think it does. However.
When I joined, though, the experiment she valued so much had already come to an end, and all the people involved, dead and injured alike, were gone. Crusabina never talked about the past with us newcomers. A couple of months after I joined, Father killed Crusabina and burned all her files. With that, the names of all the people subjected to her experiments, Clairvy included, were lost to the flames, along with the painful memories they represented.
Father took in Lenny and me a couple months after that, but she never mentioned anything about Crusabina or Clairvy.
There you go, timeline does add up.
It really seems like something she was planning to keep to herself. The last time you talked to her, did she mention why she kept it a secret for so long?
She said she didn't want us to be affected by the darkness of the past. She was worried we'd develop a false sense of gratitude towards her if we knew about it. The foundation of a family should be free of any corrupting influence. Whatever happened in the past, it has nothing to do with who we are now. And that's what Father told us in the end.
But I still thanked her for everything. It was only after hearing about what Crucibina did that I finally realized how insignificant our lives could have been. The members of the house meant nothing to her. To say that she valued them in any way, even just as a tool, would probably be giving her too much credit.
Well, there's going to be a little debate after this. Who's the best Fatui Harbinger we've had so far? Dotori's easily the worst. Easily the worst. And then Signora. Actually, maybe Signora's even worse than him. At least Signora got a dramatic moment in the story, being like the one character death that occurs. Not to mention, Signora's death allowed the build up to a moment where fucking Kazuha blocks A's blade. Ian Azuma could have been so fun, but goddamn. I mean, the real debate is who's a better character, Arlecchino or Wanderer? Probably would still go with Wanderer, but
if Father
not
hadn't
quite
taken over the House of the Hearth, I probably
and Wanderer's
would've
gotten a lot
already...
more screen time. To be fair, a lot more, I think.
Father rarely brings up the fact that she saved us. She doesn't believe that being indebted to her should be what ties us together. But even if we didn't owe her anything, we would still choose to stay. Because this is our home. We may have arguments or times when we feel wronged. Some people may even choose to leave. But as long as Father is here, we will always have a home.
Whether the path before us is bathed in sunlight or shrouded in shadow, we'll follow Father wherever she chooses to go. So I wanted to say thank you for helping us make it through this crisis. Without your help, we could have lost a lot more along the way.
Oh, we didn't do anything, really.
Of course. You're welcome anytime.
Are Filial and Nantoy okay?
I actually saw them at a cafe this morning. They didn't recognize me. From what I could tell, they were drinking coffee and talking about one of the operas that started running recently. They seemed happy. If I had to take a guess, I would say they finally found the kind of life they always wished for.
That's... Oh, what's that? That's definitely in the upper half of story quests. Right, so Wanderer, first of all, he was in like the game's very first ever event. First of all, that's when he first appeared. Before Inazuma was like even fucking teased. Then he shows up in, was it Act 2? I think he showed up in Act 2 for like one fucking scene, and then Yaimiko saves us from him. We got his lore in Sumeru, wasn't it? It wasn't in Inazuma. So yeah, then he's basically the main villain throughout all of Sumeru. And then... Okay, yeah, so then he gets an interlude chapter. And he has a character story quest as well, right? He didn't? I could have sworn he had a character quest as well. Am I blind? No, he doesn't. Why the fuck is Sino getting another story quest? He is, isn't he? Why is that a thing? Sino's an okay character, but why? Is this their release order as well? I think it is. Yeah, this is their release order. Okay, so Wanderer doesn't actually have his own story quest. But he was in some events which I missed. I really regret missing those, because those events were on right as I was starting the game. So I'm very upset I missed those. Yeah, I think that was pretty good. I was like, kit-wise, I like Arlecchino. Obviously, I'm familiar with playing Hu Tao, so she doesn't feel too dissimilar. I hate they've very deliberately given you shit teams, so that you can't really judge how good they actually are. This is not a good team for her. Really not. Like someone would probably say, oh, what about vaporized teams? You have Sucrose in here for vaporize. Arlecchino does not particularly like vaporize. In a vaporized team, most of her damage comes from non-vaporized hits. Someone already did the math to break it down. I mean, vape is good for her, but it's not like Hu Tao where most of the damage, or hell, all of the damage, because a good Hu Tao will be vaporizing every single hit. It's not like Hu Tao where literally all the damage comes from vape. There was a ping issue a moment ago. My Wi-Fi is fine. Don't know what that was. But this is a funky rotation.
Rain outlines your fate.
Animal test 6308. Stand clear.
Witness my rise.
I've fucked this rotation up.
Enhanced animal module 75.
There you go, short.
Rain cutter.
So when you use a skill, then switch to another character, then deal with Axe, then that changes and becomes stronger. Damage-wise, I mean, here she has a 5-star weapon. Here she's using a 5-star weapon. Her signature weapon, at that, her best-in-slot artifact set. Very high-level talents, and not quite the best crit damage there, but very good crit rate. %10 shield strength. What? Where the fuck is 10% shield strength coming from? regardless, like, most people, in fact, the vast majority of people who get Arlecchino will not have her performing as well as she is in this trial. I wouldn't have her performing as well as she is in this trial because I'm not going to get her signature weapon, I'm not going to get her best instant artifact set. And I probably could get a crit ratio like this. Probably less crit rate, but I can hit 120 crit damage without much issue. But yeah, so that's the thing. Trials for characters often very strong in trials, stronger than they are in regular gameplay. And even here, my Hu Tao is outdamaged by her. Not by a lot. I'm not afraid to admit that.
Transfixed. Let me weave you a verse.
Here's Becca!
Swirl, Mark 2! Animal test 62.
I love her animations there. No other character in the game is like a recovery animation for that long. Also, her buff lingers for quite a while. We still have it. It is still going. Also, I know they say like, oh yeah, when you get a signature weapon, it turns into a scythe. She actually turns every weapon into a scythe. But it's just that her signature weapon actually turns like properly into a scythe, like it changes its model. Whereas other weapons, they just like they get some like light or something which appears around them, so they still like take the shape of a scythe. But with a signature, you actually get a unique model, which is so cool. And she still has a buff, so I mean that's one thing. I do think she has more team flexibility than Hu Tao, because Hu Tao is quite reliant on Vape. Is Hu Tao Virgin viable? I think you totally could make Hu Tao Virgin viable. Not good, but viable. Like, Hu Tao does not have a lot of team variety. I would say Arlecchino is slightly more, just because you can run Hu Tao in... Okay, how does one do this?
Armed and ready. You want me on your team?
The threads of your fate lie in my hands.
It seems about right. I suppose also in this team, Dragon's Bane does make a lot of sense.
Sip.
95% crit rate. But it's also an extra 28% damage rate. It's the same base attack. Okay, let's actually stick with Dragon's Bane. Yeah, so with both Hu Tao and Arlecchino, the main teams you're using them in is either Vape or Chevreuse. Both of them probably are compatible with Virgin. Arlecchino less so, because, you know, she can't be healed. Because Hu Tao absolutely can use Virgin. It's funky. And it's like, why would you choose to do that over just a regular Vape team? But I'm pretty sure it can be done. Because, of course, Hu Tao does want a lot of EM. Not a lot of EM, but, like, right there, my one is 300. That's a pretty good amount. You can go beyond 300 a year, definitely, I think. And if you're using Nahida, then Nahida can donate 250 yen on top of that. So you can make respectable Burgeon Hutao, but I don't think you do that for Arlecchino. How do I want to play this? Okay, well.
I'm going in! Let's light it up! You went up for it! Drop your weapons!
Well, we've already broken Circle Impact.
Final warning!
Right, let's, this is fucked up. We want to use Bennett first. Bennett into Fischl. Well, the thing is, Oz fucking snapshots. Bennett is giving more attack than Chevreuse is though.
Benny's adventure team!
Bennett's giving like over 700, but Chevreuse is giving like 300. Okay then. This is not a great boss for Circle Impact, right? I personally fucking hate Circle Impact. I love Chevreuse's design, man. No, I really do. She's one of my favourite character designs in the game. What fuck was the rotation again? Bennett into Fischl.
Everybody stand back! Let wings of darkness come! Sever! Justice will prevail! Stop! God's over!
You know, my Fischl here. Ah, fuck! I think I got the kill. That was long, 30 seconds. No, it wasn't. Never mind. So that was about a 20-second kill, which is pretty good, actually.
Toodaloo.
My Fischl is crap.
I
Like,
created
really
another
crap.
universe and found.
So Fischl's not contributing anything here other than just electro prod.
Sure.
Sure.
Chivalry will never die.
Sure.
It's time to pull the trigger.
Sure. I'm either too deep or too high. Sure. He has a new voice on his apparently.
Sure.
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 Sure. Too high. Sure.
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 Sure. Sure.
Sure.
Sure.
Sure. I'm... Was a new voice on? How many I went over them? What?
I'm feeling a little off. You shouldn't see me like this.
Don't worry, John Lee, it's okay.
Even bedrock can be turned to dust. Careless.
Yeah, I wish that John Lee was a Geo DPS and that he was actually good. Because I would actually use the shit out of him. I really would. I really, really would. Especially since it seemed like they did want that to be a thing. Right? Normal attack, all of that increased by 1.39% of max HP. %1 of max HP right there is like 500. Can we have a buffer in the future that instead of scaling other characters, all the buffers in the game scale other characters' stats based on their own. Bennett scales attack based on his base attack. Chevreuse boosts by 40% of the other characters' attacks, but still it's like a 40% coming from Chevreuse. Why can't we have a future support who buffs allies' damage by 1% of their max HP? I would fucking love for some future support to buff normal attack damage by an amount of HP as suddenly John Lee becomes the best Geo DPS in the game. I would love that to be a thing. Obviously, we also need someone to give a Geo infusion. Does anyone actually give a Geo infusion in the game? Is that a thing? I don't think there's a character with a Geo infusion in the game. Other than Joy and Navia, for the rest of it's self-infusion. Wow, that's not a thing. That really should be. Absolutely should be. Anyway, so this is how Hu Tao Vape goes. And, of course, the thing to realise here is that this is not going to be Hu Tao Vape at its best, because Hu Tao will be not below half health. Also, we won't get to use her burst here. Of course, Hu Tao's burst does a lot of fucking damage. Again, that's something which, again, just makes Eula completely redundant. Hu Tao's burst does, like, a lot more damage than Eula's. But, of course, Eula's comes with extra caveat that you need to hit the enemy a whole bunch of fucking times. Hu Tao's, she just fucking does it and heals herself.
Stabilize!
Ring cutter! Huh? No, my sword! Quietly now. Here comes the catch.
There you go. It's like a like a 15-second kill. There's actually one more team I'd like to try against that. I miss exploring Sumeria for the first time. Are we ever going to get anything down here? Because, I mean, for a long time now, we've just been expanding the map up this way. And Snezhnaya's here. The thing is, they said Fontaine is in the center of Teyvat, which is very interesting. If Fontaine is at the center. Which is, of course, where all of the water comes from, so of course it must be. We believe Natlan is here, I think. And Snezhnaya is here. Are we ever gonna get anything down here? I would ideally hope that eventually, basically the entire map here, the entire screen is something. Like, there's a whole lot of empty space up here. So all of this might be Natlan. I feel like in scale, Fontaine is smaller than previous regions, even though it isn't even all that much smaller. Of course, I don't know anything about this region yet. But of course, it has underwater exploration to make up for that. Sumeria is not only the biggest nation on the surface, but it also has caves as well. Natlan. We'll see how that goes. I am really excited for Snezhnaya. I'll be honest, I am not excited for Natlan. I'm just like thinking, oh, where can we take a game from here? Natlan itself, Snezhnaya, along with the inevitable Mondstadt expansion, that interests me. Right. Do I look into this? Or do I do Churi Story Quest? Or do I do Lynette Hangout? It is 9 o'clock. What's longer, a Hangout or a Story Quest? Lynette only has 5 endings, doesn't she? Yeah. It's unfortunate. Should spend just revision first. Yeah, they never explained the whole glitching aesthetic thing in that quest. So they really should have. That completely came out of nowhere. I really hope they do bring Arlecchino back. Hell, it would even be nice for once to actually have a Fatui Harbinger in just events.
Yoo-hoo! Shine down! There is no escape! I see everything!
This way through the river.
Obviously, with Arlecchino being a diplomat and having an investment in Fontaine, you can absolutely work her into being in some of Fontaine's future events. That could be really interesting. It's very sad that Samarouche is one of my favourite characters in the game, but I simply just joined the game too late to see most of his screen time. Now I want to see how this team performs against this. Also, the thing is that now I know that if I'm like, yeah, I will skip Linny, even though I was wanting to get him, I will have to skip him so I can get Nilou. I now know Linny's not going to come back for a year.
Osmanthus wine tastes
Not for a whole fucking year is he going to be back. And next patch, what, we have 2 new fucking 5-stars. 2 new 5-stars. Both Genshin and Star Rail right now are trying to introduce new characters, and they shouldn't be. Neither of them should be. Not even Star Rail. Because Star Rail should be introducing new characters, they shouldn't be introducing new 5-stars. Star Rail currently has more 5-stars than 4-stars. It is really bad. It is really, really bad. And the thing is, everyone says, oh yeah, Star Rail is way more generous. They give you 10 free patches, free wishes per patch. Yeah, but that's because in Star Rail, if you don't fucking wish and get 5-stars, you're fucked. You can't play the game. You can't even play the fucking game. Because basically every fucking good character in Star Rail is a 5-star. That's why I consider Star Rail to be actually worse monetization-wise than Genshin.
Illusion shattered.
Do you think Naheed is the best character to run as a DPS here?
Stabilize.
Also, no, I didn't even use Naheed Burst here. Naheed Burst would have improved our damage by quite a bit. Right, 33. And that was also about a 20-second kill. It's pretty funny how strong this team is. And again, yeah, we didn't even use an Naheed Burst, and Naheed's Burst would have improved our damage by a decent bit. So... one thing, I don't think I'm going to ever be buying Genshin Battle Pass again. I think I'm done with Genshin's Battle Passes. It's tempting to just try to explore this place right now, but I'm just curious as to what is actually here. Also, the other thing is, I'm thinking, what if I don't finish this tonight? Of course, it's better to leave a hangout missing an ending than a story quest just half done. So... I really hope Pyro Traveler is good. I really want to use the Traveler in my teams. I like Lumine.
Boats are made for transferring.
But Lumine is just so fucking shit. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna use Dendro Traveler with Nilu. And then, no, because Yao Yao exists. I am so glad they gave us a Lynette hangout. Because remember, since in my streams, since Fontaine started, I've been saying Lynette hangout, Lynette hangout, give us a Lynette hangout. Please. And we did.
Yeah. It's you. 1 second. Now activating chat mode. You made me jump there. I thought they'd finally caught me. Well, my heart rate did. Jumped up a little, I mean. Objectively speaking, the trouble was entirely of my own making. Half an hour ago, I was at Hotel de Boer for a drinks reception. It was to celebrate the successful opening of a show, but it was draining my energy. So, I waited for the right moment, then snuck away so I could switch to standby mode. Probably because I'm playing the lead role in the show? Is that so surprising? I'm always getting invitations to do solo performances. I just usually get Linny to write back and turn them down. But then came the Fontanalia Film Festival. We took all the kids from the House of the Hearth out to see a film, and after it finished, they all started clamoring for me to try out acting for some reason. Even Linny was chanting along with them. Anyway, it just so happened that a director called Mary who had sent me an invitation right around then. I'll spare you the details, but basically, I ended up accepting it.
It's just me, does she sound slightly different to usual? Especially at the start of this conversation, but as before she entered chat mode, I heard some people genuinely thought there was going to be a twist that Lynette's actually a robot. Which, no.
Yep, you nailed it. I'm playing the role of a puppet. In fact, the show's called The Lost Puppet, and it's a masked mime show. So, I don't have to do any facial expressions or say any lines. Literally just a series of physical movements. The director says it's a very avant-garde art form. Art is not comprehended by the mind, but felt in the heart. At least, that's what the director says. Anyway, if nothing else, the opening performance seemed to go down well. At the drinks reception, everyone was crowding around me, saying, "Triumphant character portrayal, faithful adaptation of the original work, unequivocally, quintessentially avant-garde," and stuff like that. But being the center of attention is draining. So the moment they left me to go harass the director instead, I was out of there.
I was gonna say, maybe it's a little bit different because for once it's just us two. I'm pretty sure, like, every other interaction we've had with Lynette, Linny has been there. Or someone else has been there.
The other thing is, some weird things happened while I was on the stage.
Thankfully, I'm pretty sure. I think as a general rule, Fontaine is given a lot of fan-favorite characters. I think just about every character in Fontaine would be considered like a top-tier character, other than fucking Violet and Siegeman. And Clorette. Why are people excited for Clorette? Clorette is not all that to me. It's because of thighs. I think it's because of thighs and gun. But like Novelet, Farina, Linny, Lynette, Arlecchino, there's a lot of characters in Fontaine which are all S tier. And did I mention Navia? I personally don't care much for Navia, but I know other people do. I do not like playing as her. I've gone to play as her in a couple of trials and stuff and events. I fucking hate playing as Navia. She doesn't feel good to me, and she doesn't feel particularly strong either. I know she is, like, mathematically strong, but not my thing, at least. But Fontaine's had some great characters who are also very fun to play, and also very unique. Fontaine has been pretty healthy for a game. It's just, again, Genshin is just so annoying. Genshin is actually a pretty damn good game, other than the fucking gacha system. Now, that's why it works so goddamn well. Because people actually want to fucking like this game. And that's what makes it so fucking dangerous. Is because it's actually good. To a point where I cannot justify, like, fucking cancelling this game because it is gacha. Even if it is a little bit predatory. Because I'm like, this game's actually fucking good. God damn it.
Oh, sorry, Bonnie. I didn't mean to leave you out of the conversation. My bad. No, we just met. We bumped into each other right after I slipped away. Well, it'd be kind of difficult for us to communicate otherwise. Besides, I think she's taken a liking to the name. Haven't you, Bonnie? Yeah, that's right. Good kitty. We'll go find your owner soon, I promise. Nope. She's wearing a collar, and for the most part, she's pretty well groomed. If she is a stray, she hasn't been for long. Her stomach's been growling a lot. I guess she must have been missing for a few days now. As much as I'd love to hang out with her for a while longer, her owner's probably worried sick about her. Assuming she has an owner, that is.
Who was on the next premiere banner? Other than Lily. The first banner of Fontaine. Was it Tartaglia Lily? I feel like it was Tartaglia Lily. Just because I remember oh no, was it Yelan? No, it was Yelan. It was totally Yelan. Yeah, I think it was Yelan. Or Yelan. Because I remember, like, I wanted C6 Lynette, because once I saw her constellations, I was like, I'm gonna make Lynette an animo DPS. Fuck yeah, let's go. That hasn't materialized. Oh, dear. I would love to run Lynette as a DPS, but it just hasn't happened. She's not that great support either. She's a worse Kazuha, and I already hardly even use Kazuha, so. It's unfortunate. I was just thinking, like, what if I didn't use those wishes to get her C6? But no, I used those wishes anyway to get Yelan. So I lost to 50-50. I think that's one of the first few 50-50s I actually lost. Again, I've been lucky in Genshin that I won a lot of 50-50s early on. Like, a lot. It's only in more recent months where I've started actually... I say more recent months. I've only wished for one character so far this year, which feels really fucking weird, actually, to realise that. It has been coming up on 4 months since I actually wished for a character. It feels weird that I've been saving for this fucking... I've been saving for over 100 days. Probably a good thing, though, because, like, in the past, like, when fucking wishing for characters, it would get me into so I'm like, oh, no, this could escalate to a gambling addiction. This could. So I would start getting shaky. And I was like, oh no. This is not good. This is not good. No. Again, I'm putting my foot down. With Star Rail, I very deliberately went in, I'm like, okay. Silver Wolf. Yep. Like her. Let's wait for her to get a rerun, and I'm gonna get her. And then Firefly came on, and I was like, well, if you watch my Star Rail streams, you know that, like, I definitely don't think Firefly is the most well executed character, but I really want to really like her. It seems to me the next arc in Star Rail, or the next story quest, probably will focus on her again, which is really good, I think. Because they have... Again, like, what they did was good, but it wasn't really good. If she was in Genshin, I'd put her character on, like, the A tier, below Nervlet, Furina, Nahida, all of the Archons. A doesn't deserve to be S tier, let's be honest. But because Yai Miko is so fucking great, and all of Yai Miko's interactions with A are so great, that kind of just puts A up to S tier, even though otherwise she'd be like B tier. But other than that, also Venti's not great. But Furina, Nahida, and John Lee are fucking great characters, actually, for the most part. Yeah, on like a Genshin counter tier list, I put Firefly in like A tier, but she totally could be S tier, which is what I really want to fully realize her potential. So I absolutely am gonna pull for her. Hopefully she's a Pyro DPS, because that's something I need in Star Rail. Right, do you have Greenafan, who's pretty good as a Pyro DPS, kind of? Yeah. But yeah, hopefully she's a Pyro DPS. And then that'll mean she's valuable to pull. And then I want to get Silverwolf, and then I'm definitely not spending any more money on Star Rail. And once I get Nilou and Shenhe in this game, I'm also intending to no longer spend any money on it. And up until then, I'm just going to keep buying Welkin Moon. Which I think is a good idea.
But the reception... I should probably show my face there again at some point, even if it's just to make excuses and leave again. Decision time. Well, I just find it exhausting, thinking through all the different ramifications of different choices and so on. That's more Lenny's area than mine. So, unless it's something really important, I usually just leave the decision-making to him. It's fine. He got Fremine to make me a little something for just this situation. Poof! A phaetometer. It looks pretty over the top, I know, but it's essentially just a box of cards. He kept the design simple, so it'd be harder to break. The way it works is, I pick a card at random, then look at the number on the card. Well, for example, if the number on the card is 5 or higher, I help Bonnie find her owner. If it's less than 5, I go back to the reception. I just have to believe in the bond between me and my cards, and my fate will reveal itself to me in numerical form. At least, that's what Lenny said. Anyway, I guess I'll give you a demonstration.
That was cute. For like 5 seconds I had a viewer.
I didn't like that. Was I using it wrong? Maybe if I just... Clearly, there's some design flaws to iron out. I'll have to let Fremine know. Let's see... Which card did I get? 4. Well, the cards fell on the ground though, so I don't think it counts as fate. If you want to get the right answer, you have to let fate decide. Also something Lenny said. So, to put it another way, if picking a card up off the ground is how to not leave it to fate, then that means it must be the wrong answer. Or why don't you pick a card? Since I ran into you here, that means... our fates are, like, interfering with each other.
I quite like seeing Lynette like this, because, again, normally she just takes a back row in every conversation, because she doesn't dislike talking to people, but she has some form of social anxiety. She's the kind of person, she's an introvert not by choice, I think is a decent way to put it, I think. She's an introvert, but would kind of like to be an extrovert, but are still exhausted by it. So they can stay away from it most of the time. Which is understandable. Literally me. Literally me. That is me on the screen right now. It's only a matter of time. Oh dear. It's what happens to people in fucking computing sectors or game design sectors or anything related to computers. What the fuck was I saying? But yeah, basically, she can't escape. There's no third person in the conversation here. Since it's just us two, we're actually getting to hear her talk, which is again why I really wanted to hang out.
Thank you. This one is final, I promise. Here, take the fatometer. If it's 5 or above, that means fate successfully changed. Anything lower than 5 is a fail. Also, if you have your own thoughts about what I should do, feel free to share it. Now that I've got a good problem solver here to help, I don't need to run every little thing by fate. Huh? What you're saying is, since nobody's come looking, I can just keep hanging out with Bonnie for a bit longer? Is that really okay? You make a good point. Okay, well, assuming Bonnie hasn't strayed too far from where she went missing, there's a chance we might bump into her owner in either the Steambird offices or the restaurant. So, stick around here in standby mode? Yeah, that suits me. Oh, good idea. Bonnie's definitely hungry. May as well. We could be here a while. When I was trying to find somewhere I could space out earlier, collect my thoughts, I figured the cafe might be a good shot. Alright then. Plan of action, spend the whole day spacing out. In standby mode.
Well, that was fast. I love the end of Hangout images. fun. Also, you can now like skip through dialogue, I believe. Right, so that's like the fucking speedrun ending. Sure, makes sense. Well, I figured it would be.
Huh. I didn't like that. Was I using it wrong? So, we're looking for Bonnie's owner? I think I'll go to the Steambird and see about putting an ad in the paper. You wanna come along? I think Bonnie wants you to come with.
Every stupendous day starts with a Steambird. Oh, hi, Lynette. Hi,
My
Traveler.
PlayStation sounds like
What
it's
can I
about to
help you
fucking
with?
explode. That's the thing, I'm getting really worried about our gaming tech hitting a brick wall. I feel like with games, I feel like our progressions in graphics quality have significantly slowed. I feel like at this point we should be focusing on animations and keeping the graphics consistent. It's again like Final Fantasy VII. Mother of God. The game just looks fucking incredible. And not only is that because of how incredibly well detailed the graphics are, but also because of how fucking amazing the animation is in the game. The animation especially stands out to me. When you combine the two, fucking amazing graphics and perfect animation, you just get something which looks so fucking incredibly real, which greatly helps Rebirth. It really does. It really helps things hurt when they look very real. And again, with tech, like, each console comes out, there's more and more fucking ventilation shit going on. The fucking computers at uni, the ventilation they have to fucking do. It feels like we're hitting critical mass at some point. I don't know if this is sustainable or not. Not to mention, of course, how games are becoming more and more expensive to produce. Films are becoming more and more expensive to produce. Everything is just becoming more expensive and less sustainable for the consumers and for people making it. Artists are having to make fucking, ironically, remakes or just established IPs the products are becoming more expensive for consumers, and it's also bad for people producing them because they have to see more money to make a profit. It's just bad for everyone. I think all our industries, we should stop throwing money at the wall and should instead start actually thinking and placing it where it counts. Anyway, let's hang out with this cat girl.
I don't think so. Have you picked up a stray?
Yep. If there's no commission to follow up on, could we post a notice about the missing cat instead?
Why, of course. What a kind thing to do. Just fill out the form.
Well, we've registered you as missing. You can stay at my place until your owner finds you. Also, I just wanted to say thanks for keeping us company for so long. Well, I should probably head back to the drinks reception. Hopefully most of the people have left by now. If you've got some time, you should stop by my place tomorrow to see Bonnie. There's a nice cup of tea in it for you. Alright, see you then.
And with Genshin, again, I just want more emphasis on the characters, man. I want more hangouts. To me, ideally, every patch would have at least one story quest and one hangout. Is that hard for the devs? Yes, which is why I think if they haven't already, they should just have like a dedicated team always working on that stuff. They have a lot of money. Oh, that's what it was.
Yep.
I believe they could do it.
I believe this cat belongs to me.
I already told you, this isn't your cat.
Just take a breather, you two. Oh, you're here. As you can probably see, you'll have to take a rain check on that tea I promised you. At least for now.
This is my friend's cat. He's preoccupied with some important business, so I came to retrieve her in his stead.
Someone on the dev team played Disco Elysium, I guess. Alright. Yeah, it is literally Disco Elysium. Literally. Fair enough. Alright. Base devs. Wherever. You know, the Genshin and Honkai Star Rail devs are actually pretty cultured because there's so many fucking references in the achievements. They're pretty based when we want to be.
No. It's far more likely this cat to escape from the Humane Society. Bonnie?
That's the name I've given her in the meantime. Well, this complicates things.
I told you before. This is my friend's cat. It's normal for her not to trust me.
Listen, I'm the director of the Humane Society, okay? We've got so many strays, dogs, cats, you name it. I'm not even the one feeding them most of the time. You can hardly expect the cat to recognize me. She just looked somewhat familiar, so I came to check, just in case. If she turns out to be one of ours, I'll take her back. Simple as that. Even if that's not the case, the Humane Society could still take her in, if no one else comes to claim her, that is. We're an organization that specializes in rescuing and sheltering stray animals. We've been in business for several decades now. I'm Bernard, the current director.
The Humane Society. Huh. The name sounds familiar. I remember hearing good things. Near the one in the Quartier Lyonnais?
Yes, that's the one. Anyway, if it's not too much trouble, could I possibly take a closer look at the cat? If it turns out I really am mistaken, I suppose that means the cat belongs to this lady here. She would be the only remaining option after all.
It belongs to my friend.
Go on, Bonnie.
Oh, nope. Looks like I was mistaken. They do look similar, but there's an ever so slight difference in this one's fur color. Deepest apologies, friends. Well, I suppose this means I still have a missing cat to search for. Apologies again for the confusion.
Oh, yes, exactly.
Wait a second. You lied earlier, didn't you?
Lied? I'm afraid I don't know what you mean.
A liar always has a tell. The look in their eyes, their breathing pattern, the way they hold themselves. The things that can give you away are often more numerous than you would think.
What are you talking about? The way I see it, you're conflating baseless conjecture with fact.
Normally, when someone is called out, their breathing speeds up as they begin to panic. But your breathing pattern hasn't changed one bit. In fact, it's been strangely calm and measured this entire time. It stands to reason, then, that your agitated behavior earlier was all an act. If you're a bad guy, I'm sure you'll take off running the first chance you get. If you're a good guy, the most likely explanation is that you're a member of the Guards, or some similar organization.
And you're basing this off of?
Intuition. Nothing more.
Intuition. Well, I have to hand it to you, Lynette. You're right. I'm a member of the Guards. The name's Elodie. I'm currently investigating a cross-border smuggling case. This cat here... Bonnie, what's her name? Well, her owner is one of the prime suspects of our investigation. A couple of days ago, our suspect got wind that we were on his tail and fled. That's most likely how he got separated from the cat. I just so happened to stumble upon your notice in the Steambird. So, I decided to see if he'd come back for her. But... it looks like I overestimated him. The impact of this case has been huge. The Marechaussee Phantom, the Guards, and the Special Patrol have all launched investigations. If there was even the slightest chance that he would show himself, I had to follow up on the lead. A new kind of illegal drug. Imitation synth. We confiscated all the synth on the market, but addiction isn't something that goes away overnight. Even without substances on the market, people are still looking for a way to get their next fix. And criminals are all too eager to capitalize on that addiction. That was the impetus for imitation synth. Needless to say, a small-scale market opened up very quickly. After the original synth debacle, we put several measures into place to prevent similar incidents from occurring. The perpetrators got smart, though, and shifted their sales overseas before those measures could kick in. That's when the imitation synth smuggling began. We only recently got word of the presence of imitation synth overseas. We managed to track down evidence of some early transactions. What we were able to find out, however, hasn't proven that useful given the amount of time that has passed. The Marechaussee Phantom launched an investigation to track down every person in Fontaine capable of producing a drug like that. That's how we learned about Bonnie's owner. He's a researcher at the Fontaine Research Institute. His name is Pierre. Pierre Lafayette, to be exact.
Lafayette.
The Marechaussee Phantom found him in Poisson. In addition to the cat, he also had a pendant with him. At first, there wasn't much cause for suspicion. A search of his house didn't reveal much to go off of either. The Marechaussee Phantom very nearly left it at that.
I was thinking, like, could it be Baldur's Gate? Because Baldur's Gate has the same kind of dice rolling thing. But I think Baldur's Gate only has it for more complicated things, and I don't think it has it passively. I think it only has dedicated dice rolls, whereas it's Disco Elysium that has it be passive and then it tells you something. So it's clearly someone on the dev team fucking played Disco Elysium in the last couple of months, which is actually a coincidence, because I did as well. It's funny how that works out in the universe. Oh dear. The fucking script.
It was only later that we realized the coat of arms on his pendant belonged to none other than the Lefebvre family, one of the most infamous aristocratic families in Fontaine. Obviously, this discovery prompted a further investigation into Pierre. At that point, however, we discovered that he'd already fled. Now the guards and the Special Patrol are all searching for him.
That's not possible, actually. The Lefebvre family has been gone for a long time.
Exactly. Many years ago, several important members of the family, including the Patriarch, were murdered by an assassin of unknown origin. From that point on, the family's power and influence took quite the hit. The family is engaged in all manner of crimes. As you can imagine, there's no shortage of people waiting in the wings to take their revenge. And with the family severely weakened, they were able to do just that. Most of the remaining family members succumbed to sickness or hunger. The ones that survived are currently living out their days under a new identity. Pierre is one of those very survivors. He's been hiding away in the Fontaine Research Institute all these years. His true identity unbeknownst to all. Until now, that is. Well, my fellow guards have told me all about how smart and courageous you both are. And I know you possess a strong sense of justice. There could be a chance that Pierre, or one of his accomplices, might attempt to get close to Bonnie. Now that you've been briefed on the situation, I was hoping you'd help us keep a lookout. If I take Bonnie back to the guards with me, there's no way Pierre will try and come for her. Not even the most daring of criminals would attempt something like that. I have to admit, I'm not holding out too much hope that Pierre will come back for her. But if there's even the slightest... Well, I've got some other leads to follow up on. If Pierre does appear, please contact me right away.
It's nothing. I'm fine. It's just... the head of the Lefebvre family. He was the eminent person who kidnapped me all those years ago.
Oh, shit.
It was at a dinner party. Someone tricked me into boarding the Lefebvre family carriage. Whoever it was, they took me back to their home. But before anything worse could happen, Father intervened. Yep. Father was the one who orchestrated the fall of the Lefebvre family. That's what led Linny and I to join the House of the Hearth. After all these years. I never thought I'd hear the Lefebvre name again. Don't worry about me. I wasn't feeling sorry for myself. I was just thinking about Linny. He's been acting strange recently. He avoids me for days on end, consumes himself with some secret investigation, and then out of the blue pushes me to do that acting job. Thinking about it now, it's almost like the one I drew from that deck of cards was part of his plan all along. He must have asked Fremine to help him out. In any case, I know he's hiding something from me. He's really pulled out all the stops this time. It's very possible. I'm sure he tried to send me away because he was afraid it would bring up some painful memories for me. It wasn't necessary, though. Even after all these years, he's still as overprotective as ever.
That's the thing. I was really hoping that we would actually see Arlecchino kill Boris. That would have been a really good scene to flash back to, I think. Yeah, maybe in the future.
You'll have to help me teach him a lesson if we run into him along the way. Yep. I want to head to the Fontaine Research Institute to learn more information about Pierre. Just let me activate search mode and then we'll head out. Who knows? Maybe we'll run into Linny along the way. A little bit of both, perhaps. For the most part, though, I just have the sense that something's not right. Something isn't adding up about Pierre's story. I'm just not sure what. Okay, I'll write a letter explaining everything to the crew. Once that's done, we can head out.
Lynette, you're, not at rehearsal?
You can drop the act, brother. In fact, I don't think either of us will have a need for acting anytime soon. You should know better than to try and keep something from me. You've never been able to do that, even when we were kids.
And that's why I tried to distract you with the masked mime show. But I guess you're just too good.
Care to introduce us to your new assistant?
This is Officer Shovras, captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. You may have met her already.
Why could have been Lynette that got Chevreuse as well, or I just wish Lynette was better again, because I really want to use her. It's one of my favourite characters in the game, but she's not great. She's just a direct downgrade to other characters, which I already have, and I don't use all that much. I think Kazuha is intensely overrated. But whatever.
Nice to see you. I should clarify something. Mr. Linny's here at my invitation, not the other way around. To borrow your expression, Miss Lynette, I suppose that would make him my assistant more than anything. We've brought on Mr. Linny as a consultant in the past. He was instrumental in helping us crack a case involving a perpetrator who used magic tricks to commit crimes. I was hoping he'd be able to provide some valuable insight this time around as well.
So you've heard everything then?
That's exactly why we're here. There's always been questions surrounding the fall of the Lefebvre family. Some people even believe the House of the Hearth was involved. Whoever was behind it all was extremely cautious. They didn't leave a shred of evidence. This very fact, however, leads me to believe it was indeed the work of that Harbinger.
Look, I just really like the idea of Arlecchino busting in and just fucking tearing people apart. Oh, I would love to see that.
I took a look at the entrance and exit records of all the carriages that night. Let's just say it wasn't hard to deduce that there's ill will between you two. Don't worry, I don't have any evidence to that effect, and I certainly don't plan on going to bat for such a despicable family. Plus, you were victims back then more than anything. I sought Mr. Linny's help with the smuggling case. Nothing more. The way I look at it, it's a collaboration between us as people, not the organizations we represent. Besides, by working together, we can expose the truth as quickly as possible. You can hardly say that's at odds with the justice my organization strives for. Not at all. I was planning to invite you from the very beginning, Miss Lynette. It's just that my assistant here raised some objections.
Linny, I'm not the same person I was back then. That little girl who did nothing but cower in the corner in fear, she doesn't need saving anymore.
I'm sorry, Lynette. You're right. I let my concerns get the better of me.
Oh, and the next time you want to distract me, you should try a different approach.
Who's this? You pick up a stray while I was gone?
It's a bit complicated. I'll explain later. Anyway, her name's Bonnie.
Well, if there are no objections, then I suppose the only thing left to say is... Lynette, Traveler, welcome to the team.
It appears the Lefebvre family was very particular in their use of insignias and emblems. The family would use different emblems to mark differences in status, blood relation, and the like. In fact, the insignia that was discovered on the pendant was used to represent an illegitimate child.
It's highly likely. That very status might have been what allowed him to emerge from the fall of his family relatively unscathed. It would also explain why he was able to assume a new identity as a researcher with relative ease.
We discovered something interesting, though. After talking to some of his co-workers, it appears he pretty much works at the Institute in name only. He's practically been cast out.
Apparently, Pierre was once addicted to synth. He tried to use the resources at the Institute to create a substance with a similar effect. He claimed it was just for research purposes, but the Institute revoked his access to the relevant materials regardless. He was placed on disciplinary leave, pending a thorough investigation of his actions. But it seems the Institute ran into some trouble along the way. Could have been a lack of personnel or a timing issue. In any case, they had to table their formal investigation into Pierre. Unfortunately, that also included reporting any relevant information to the higher authorities. As for his family background, it appears none of his co-workers at the Institute were aware of that information. All they could tell us was that he was quite the recluse. Other than the pendant, we didn't find anything else of note at his residence in Poisson. Based on the samples of imitation synth we've been able to analyze, it appears the substance leaves behind strong traces wherever it's produced or stored. Those traces might not be obvious to the casual observer, but they're not something our guard poodles would miss. Pierre's home, though, came up completely clean. We didn't find any records indicating possible involvement in overseas transactions either. So, the Marechaussee Phantom didn't view him as a major suspect at first.
Maybe he had a separate, dedicated area where he made the imitation synth.
Well, his neighbors did say he was often gone for long stretches of time. You would think with him out and about so much, people would have spotted him around Poisson, but residents said they barely ever saw him in town. If his reclusive nature was just a matter of keeping a low profile, I guess it would make sense for him to have a secret base to carry out his business.
After he disappeared, the guards conducted a thorough search of Poisson, but they didn't come across any suspicious locations.
Poisson. You know Hotel de Boer, where I first found Bonnie? To get there from Poisson, you have to cross a stretch of ocean. It's not somewhere a cat could just wander off on its own.
A cat? You mean...
Bonnie is Pierre's cat.
Oh, that's right! When the Marechaussee Phantom first tracked him down, I remember there being something about a cat in their report. So this is her?
From what we've learned about Pierre's habits, he doesn't seem like the type to venture out without a purpose. So what you're saying, Lynette, is that Bonnie couldn't have gone missing in Poisson. If that's true, then...
Exactly. Bonnie might even know where it is.
Wait, you think the cat can lead us there? But she's not trained like one of our guard poodles. How is she supposed to understand what we want her to do?
Meow. Meow meow. Meow. Near the coast, the beach, and beneath the cliffs. The place we're looking for is most likely north of the Court of Fontaine.
Well, I've certainly never taken a witness statement like this before.
Well, if it works out, maybe it's something worth getting used to.
Cats and humans are actually pretty alike. When it comes to communication, most of what we want to convey can be accomplished through body language alone. But humans tend to rely too much on speech to ever take advantage of that fact. Of course, body language has its limitations. You're not going to be able to get across anything too complicated.
The important thing is that we now have a lead. Let's try and find a place that matches the clues Bonnie gave us.
Fuck, why am I so tempted to pull for Lily? Stop. Get some help. I'm not pulling for Lily. I need to save my wishes for you. You fucking silly boy. Stop thinking about it.
seems like Bonnie is trying to take us somewhere. Gardeneck's ahead.
Look out!
Gather!
Shine down!
Everyone hold hands!
There is no escape!
Wow, Lynette, you found this place so easily. If I thought there was any chance you'd say yes, I'd recruit you into the Special Patrol here and now. No questions asked.
Sounds familiar. I pretty much receive letters daily from people trying to poach her from me.
Let's just focus on our search. There's a lot to investigate.
Aha! Just as we thought. This is where the imitation synth was being made. Looks like he's got more than just imitation synths stashed around here. In addition to the raw materials needed to synthesize the substance itself, there's a large quantity of cleaning agents and a few drugs I haven't been able to identify. These cleaning agents are likely used to dispel traces of the substance, like its smell. The Special Patrol did some digging into imitation synth. Our records indicate that it's very difficult for ordinary people to detect traces left behind by the stuff. I'm sure that was the case for Pierre as well. It must have taken a considerable amount of time and skill to ensure all those traces get washed away. But what are these other drugs for?
The material these bags are made of, it's quite rare. It's the very same, actually. Romaritime flower fiber. But there's something special about the composition of these bags. I took a closer look, and it appears they're not only waterproof, but also corrosion and leak resistant. Even the strings look specially designed to keep the bags closed nice and tight. I came across some bags made of the same material just now, but they were much smaller and thinner. From the look of them, they seemed far less durable as well. Very similar, actually. Normally, it would be easy for a guard poodle to sniff out the imitation synth, but if it was sealed away in a bag like that, it might be possible to elude detection for some time. But what could these big bags be for then? If the goal is to keep the imitation synth hidden and sealed away, these bags seem a bit too conspicuous.
When the Marechaussee Phantom searched Pierre's house, there was no sign of these barrels, right? You're right. That doesn't seem like his way of doing things. How did he get them here, then? Only the lower halves of the barrels appear to have been submerged in water.
Based on the various ingredients we've found, this appears to be where Pierre was cooking up his imitation synth. It looks like he used a special cleaning agent to get rid of any residual traces of the substance on his person before he left. That's how he was able to get past the guard poodles.
So then he transferred the imitation synth into small sealed bags and took it somewhere else for the drop-off.
No. I don't believe our suspect is the kind of person who'd go around carrying incriminating evidence with him. That would potentially create too many eyewitnesses. The cleaning agent and the sealed bags might get past the guard poodles, but if a member of the public or even a guard on patrol happened to see him during the drop-off, a quick search would reveal everything. That's still a very risky operation.
The barrels we found were wet around the base, but the top half was dry. As if they'd been standing upright in the water. If you put a barrel in the water, it will normally float on its side. Unless it's heavily loaded, in which case it'll sink.
Yes. With flotation rings around the body of the barrels, they'd stay upright in the water. And then he could afford to load them more fully.
You think he used floating barrels? I suppose if he acted at night, when there are very few other boats around and visibility is low, it's a valid theory. We can't rule it out.
But then, wouldn't the barrels be carried off by the waves or the currents? How would the person doing the pickup know where to look?
Traveler, can you come take a dip in the sea with me? I have a feeling that somewhere down there, we might find some rope. If a rope can be used to keep a pet from running away, then why not a barrel?
Also, I really do hope in future. Oh, I love this music. I hope Fontaine isn't the last you see of underwater exploration. I think it'd be a massive miss otherwise, because underwater exploration in Fontaine is lovely. I think they should work towards eventually going back to all of the past regions of the game and updating them to have underwater areas. Over time.
The wreckage of a small boat?
And then you can have different underwater regions for each. Because unfortunately, the thing about the underwater regions, they are lovely, but every area kind of looks the same. But then if you have different regions who have completely different looking underwater areas,
This isn't the place.
it'd be fucking awesome.
This isn't the place.
So I really hope they don't just abandon it after Fontaine, but I have a bad feeling they might.
Got it. Time to go up and report. As expected, we found a few pieces of rope and some anchoring stones underwater. If you attach them to a floating barrel, it would look like this. With this anchoring system, it would be possible to use floating barrels for the drop-off. You would just need to drop them in the water at the agreed-upon location. We also came across the wreckage of a small boat. It must have been left out on the water and capsized due to the force of the wind and waves. Its small size, however, would have made it perfect for staying undetected.
Let's talk this through. Based on the evidence we've collected, it seems like Pierre would row a small boat out to the agreed-upon transfer point, drop off the barrels, leave, and then row back and retrieve them after the transfer was complete.
It could be that he was trying to avoid meeting up with his associate face-to-face. As one of the sole survivors of the Lefebvre family, maybe he was just used to that sort of elusive lifestyle.
It seems like Pierre deliberately chose the floating barrel method so that the goods could be dropped off and picked up at separate times. That way, the two parties wouldn't have to meet each other.
Well, if that's the case, they must not have a very close working relationship.
Let's not jump to any conclusions just yet. Assumptions can be detrimental to solving a case. It's possible they were just trying to keep a low profile. Two boats sailing to the same location at once could be too conspicuous. The most important thing is that we can now confirm Pierre wasn't acting alone. The floating barrel drop-off system is proof enough of that. Let's say for now that he was only in charge of producing the imitation synth. That would mean there has to be at least one other person involved in the operation. likely in charge of transporting the goods across the border.
Since we've determined that the goods were transported by boat, maybe we can track down some travel logs or something.
We can certainly check the various ports for that information. It's possible, however, that Pierre's associate also used a small boat for the transport, and docked along the shore rather than at a large port. If that's the case, it's unlikely there would be any record left behind. Absolutely. Before Pierre disappeared, we made sure to investigate all sorts of outward-bound vessels. We also had port authorities keep a lookout for anything suspicious. Unfortunately, we were never able to find out how they managed to get the imitation synth across the border. You're right. Whatever vessel was used for the pickup, the person responsible for smuggling the substance out of Fontaine would have had to use a larger vessel for the actual transport. That's the only way they would be able to smuggle on a large enough scale to make a profit. They must have found a way to disguise the imitation synth to clear port inspections. Exactly. We can't let any opportunities slip through the cracks. Although, given the amount of ports that could be involved, we should probably split up.
I'll run home and ask some of my brothers and sisters to try and dig up some information.
I should also head back and update my platoon on our progress. I'll grab some reinforcements while I'm at it. Lynette, Traveler, why don't you head to Lumideus Harbor and see what you can find out?
All right. Come on, Bonnie. You too.
Oh, Lynette, Traveler. And Bonnie, too. What brings you all here?
Did something happen?
Oh. I see. Thank you for everything you're doing for the people of Fontaine. I'm in charge of guarding the port. You mentioned you were after some travelogues, right? I can go fetch those for you.
Looks like I've got another hard day of work ahead of me. No, not usually. It's this incident that happened recently. Before that, everything was normal. All we had to do was confiscate anything suspicious and we could call it a day. Pretty simple stuff. But things are much more complicated now. We somehow let suspicious cargo pass through the port undetected. Not even our guard poodles were able to sniff it out. Even worse, we still don't know how the perpetrator was able to conceal the goods so well.
By suspicious cargo, do you mean imitation synth?
Yep. However, prohibited substances are just one example. We confiscate all sorts of contraband during the course of our inspections. Or at least, we're supposed to.
So what happens to the goods you confiscate?
Oh, we keep them in a storage locker. If they turn out to be something particularly dubious, we'll turn them over to the Maison Orderly. If the goods are only slightly suspicious but could otherwise be harmless, like raw materials that could potentially be used to create contraband, we return them to the ship they were confiscated from, instead of letting them pass through the port.
Sorry for the wait. These are the travelogues for all the recent activity at the port.
Oh, you brought Gerard with you.
Actually, he followed me here himself. It's like he smells something on me. Huh. I wonder why Gerard is reacting to you two so strongly.
Huh? We were so careful not to touch it, but we still ended up with traces on us. If it leaves a residue so easily, I just don't understand how the culprit was able to disguise the goods at all.
Why don't you have a look at the travel logs first? All ships coming in and out of the port are recorded here, except for the ones the port authorities ride to and from work.
The Humane Society. Their name is all over the exit logs. The purpose for leaving is always listed as overseas adoption.
Ah, the director of the organization explained that, actually. He said a lot of the cat and dog breeds unique to Fontaine are also very popular overseas. So, his organization offers an overseas adoption program.
Bernard, the director of the Humane Society, was the man who came looking for Bonnie earlier. Have you figured it out too, Traveler? The way the criminal disguised the goods? When Bernard asked to take a closer look at Bonnie, he was actually checking whether there was any imitation synth in her stomach.
Wait, what?
The sealed bags we found at the secret base. They were specially made to be corrosion resistant. There were gaps around the lids of the barrels, and airbags were used to keep them upright in the water. Those drug shivers found at the secret base. She most likely didn't recognize them because they're not used on human beings. It's an anesthetic used on pets. The perpetrator must have given it to the animals. Pierre must have made the animals swallow the sealed bags full of imitation synth at his secret base. Then he stuffed them into floating barrels and left the rest to Bernard.
The sealed bags combined with an animal's body odor would certainly be enough to mask the scent of imitation synth.
During our inspections, we would have never thought to inspect the bellies of those animals for anything suspicious. Even if we tried to feel around for something, I'm sure it would be difficult to detect.
This is wild. That is one hell of a way to smuggle shit. The one issue with that, of course, is, you know, your product has to somehow be small enough that you can feed it to a fucking animal, not have it break, or kill the animal. Bold strategy.
Exactly. I bet Bernard even transported animals with synth in their stomach alongside ones without. That way, it would be even harder to say with certainty that something was amiss. She's probably in the clear. Otherwise, Bernard would have never left without her. I'm guessing he didn't know whether Pierre had already hidden the next batch of imitation synth before he fled. Just imagine. He sees the notice we put in the Steambird, and it turns out that one of the very cats he gave to Pierre for the smuggling operation is out in the open, roaming the streets of Fontaine. If Pierre had already hidden the next batch of imitation synth, then Bonnie would practically be living proof of their crimes. He would have had no choice but to go after her.
So, that's why he came to find you and insisted on taking a closer look at the cat.
Wait a second, I'm a little lost here. I get the part about hiding the substance in the pets, but those... what did you call them again? Floating barrels? Why even put the animals in there in the first place? If you've got something as convenient as a floating barrel, why not just stuff it with the imitation synth directly? Why not wait to hide the stuff until after the exchange has been made?
In order to make sure the animals could swallow the sealed bags, they made them extremely thin. Had they not done that, the animals would have likely bitten or chewed through them. That step would have required a lot of energy, as well as a certain amount of technical expertise. So, it was better left to the more experienced Pierre. We've already proven how easy it is to pick up trace amounts of imitation synth, so I'm sure Bernard was taking all the precautions he could to avoid the same fate.
Okay. Then, let's head to the Humane Society right away and bring that guy to justice. I'll bring a Gardamek to speed up the process.
Now, this is cool and all. This is still entirely a theory. It's a theory which makes a lot of sense. Somehow. Well, it's just a possible explanation. This is entirely... Is circumstantial the right word? It's not... It's not necessarily true. It's not... I think it's enough to warrant maybe like a search warrant, but then I don't think we can arrest the guy based on this.
The headquarters of the Humane Society should be somewhere around here. Bernard could show up any moment now.
Ah, you're the people from earlier. Wait, you're from the guards?
After him! We can't let him get away! Give it up, Bernard.
Mercy, have mercy. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know.
The Humane Society has done so much good over the years, and yet you have committed such an atrocious deed in its name.
Look, I didn't have a choice, okay? My father cared about those blasted animals so much, he didn't bother to take care of his human wife and son at all. While those animals were showered with love, I lived worse than a dog.
Yeah.
Where's my spider? They took my spider.
This is Madam Web moment.
No one asked. Tell me, how did you first get to know Pierre?
Oh God, hit us back to back with that. I mean, that guy reminds you of Madam Web, because it's like how at the start he says, "Oh, my family starved to death."
Well, after I took over the Humane Society, it gradually became harder and harder to maintain its operations. Until one day, someone suddenly passed me a letter. It said that I could stand to get a large sum of money as long as I helped them to transport some animals abroad. It was only after a few such transports that I finally understood what I was really transporting. But then, Pierre wrote to me, saying that we were already partners in crime and that I better keep cooperating with him if I didn't want to be reported to the guards.
Also, I'm a little bit suspicious of the fact we've succeeded every single check so far. Is this system real? That's the thing, because I can't see them introducing a thing into Hangouts where success is RNG based, so... People would fucking hate that. Rightfully so, that would be pretty dumb.
You knew it from the very beginning, didn't you? The reason why you had to go through so many steps just to transport some animals.
I'd suggest that you confess everything right now if you don't want to add anything else to your list of crimes.
Yes, officer. I would order wooden barrels and flotation devices according to his instructions, and then load the sleeping animals onto a boat. Once I sailed to the location he provided, I would dump everything together into the sea. And a few days after that, I'd come by again in my boat and pick up the animals sleeping in the barrels. Once I had received enough of them, I'd bring them to the harbor to be adopted abroad. That guy, Pierre, he was running the entire show. He set up all the meeting times and found all the foreign adopters. Oh, and he even supplied all of the goods, too. I just did the transport. He was the one who planned out and executed everything else. Look, I don't know, okay? I've never ever met him in person. We've only ever communicated through letters.
And when did he send his final letter to you?
Just last night. He said that the Marechaussee Phantom is now after him, so he's planning to go into hiding for some time. He didn't mention where he's thinking about going, though. But he did tell me to look out for the guards.
It's been a few days since Pierre's last appearance. I'd wager that he sent that letter after he found his hiding spot.
I burned them. It was on his orders. I had to burn every letter after reading them. I wasn't even allowed to share them with the rest of the Society employees.
Sure sounds like you're trying to use the lack of witnesses or evidence to pin the blame on Pierre.
No, I swear, this time I'm only telling you the truth.
Well, we can check the truth of your statements at the Opera House. I hope you know what'll be coming for you if I were to find any discrepancy between the evidence and the testimony you just gave.
I know. I swear I was just telling the truth.
My thanks to you both. Had it not been for you, I really don't know what would have happened to this case.
Bonnie helped, too.
That's true. It was all thanks to her that Bernard was finally exposed. And it looks like she's grown quite fond of you two as well. Then I'll leave you be. Just let me know if you find any other new leads.
It was that obvious, huh? Well, even though it didn't feel like Bernard was lying, after talking to him, I'm getting an even stronger sense that something's not quite right. We investigated so quickly that perhaps we've missed a thing or two along the way. Let me activate deduction mode and consider things again from the top to see if we can find anything new. Is there still anything unresolved or strange that we should try to consider? The Marechaussee Phantom found Bonnie and the Lefebvre pendant at Pierre's residence. That was the beginning point of our investigation. Why would he leave such an obvious trail for us to follow, when he took so much care to not leave any traces of imitation synth in his home? Bernard claims to have received a letter last night from Pierre. In the letter, Pierre stated that he had gone into hiding. Is there something wrong with the letter? If Bonnie had imitation synth in her body, then she was a liability that had to be recovered at all costs. But if she wasn't carrying anything, then it would have made sense to tell Bernard not to worry. And thinking about it, Bernard only attracted our attention in the first place because he came to look for Bonnie. Could it be that the person who wrote the letter also knew nothing about Bonnie's whereabouts? Or they had a separate goal entirely? Well, we've discovered that Bernard is responsible for the trafficking, while Pierre deals with supplying the goods. Is there something else in this scheme that we're missing? Yeah, according to Bernard, Pierre also supplied all of the goods. But if the Marechaussee Phantom's records are correct, Pierre should have lost all access to the materials required to create the imitation synth. And the Institute has also not reported any theft of their stocks. The final question is, why did I sense that something wasn't right after hearing Bernard's testimony? Even more so than before. Deductive mode deactivated. I think we may be close to the actual answer. Perhaps we are now closing in on the truth.
Just what will we...
Stay close and you will live. Perhaps we are now closing in on the truth.
Now behave, and follow me to the interrogation room.
Ow! That hurt. Ow!
Is there something else you need from me, Traveler?
Huh?
I see. It all makes sense now.
Hey, what are you talking about? Look, even our confessed criminal here has no idea what you're saying.
Because he has been kept in the dark all along. And I assume it's the same with Pierre. That never quite added up for me. Why did Pierre feel compelled to return to his home with Bonnie and the pendant, and make them so easy to find for the Marechaussee Phantom? Both of these things are in stark contrast to his usual meticulous and vigilant behavior. There's only one reasonable explanation. He was following orders, just like Bernard. He probably received the following instructions right before the Phantom came knocking on his door. Bring the cat and the pendant, and our undercover agent will be sure to help you. Unbeknownst to him, however, the third person who wrote that letter to him had long decided to sacrifice him and Bernard to save themselves.
What? You can't be serious. There was a third person involved?
If you focus only on Bernard's testimony, it's easy to believe that only Bernard and Pierre were working together. The case appeared extremely simple. Bernard did the trafficking, Pierre the imitation synth production, drugging, and stuffing.
Wait. But that doesn't make any sense. If that's the actual truth, then as soon as Pierre is caught, he'll explain his side of the story and the third person will...
Yep, which is why the third person made sure that Pierre would never be found again. Once they had instructed Pierre to expose himself, the third person wrote to Pierre again, suggesting that everything had been taken care of, and he should take Bonnie and safely return to his base. Of course, Pierre's disappearance at such a sensitive time immediately made him a prime suspect. Knowing that Bonnie had last been seen with him, all the third person would have to do from that point on would be to lead the Phantom to investigate the Humane Society and get Bernard to confess the truth.
Wait, so you're saying that the letter I received yesterday, the one that made me think Pierre was still alive, it was also sent by the third person?
Is that what happened? I'll get back to headquarters right away and reinvestigate this case from the top.
I like this twist. This is a good twist. I was not invested in this mystery, but this is a cool twist.
Chevra said that assumptions can be detrimental to solving a case.
Kind of cool,
Someone among us, however, has been feeding us all kinds of preconceived notions ever since our first meeting. They suggested that Pierre's disappearance was an attempt to escape the judgment of the law, and that Pierre was a scion of the Lefebvre family. But if the disappearance is truly just a cover-up for a murder, then couldn't the true scion have been an illegitimate daughter, rather than an illegitimate son?
Huh?
Haven't you taken this joke a bit too far? You're right. I did let a lot of assumptions get to my head when I first started to talk to you about the case. I'll make sure to correct my behavior.
You deliberately fed us lies, but even you could not control every last detail of your plan. There was a flaw in your scheme, and something didn't quite go as planned. Getting the Marechaussee Phantom to notice Pierre was only the first part of your plan. Had they failed to take notice of the Humane Society, they could have cast a wider net, and you couldn't predict what they might possibly find, if given enough time. This, of course, was the main weakness of your plan. As someone accustomed to acting from behind the scenes, you didn't want to take the risk of personally proposing a raid on the Humane Society. So, you thought about pulling a few more strings, so all of the suspicion would point towards Bernard and his society. Once the Phantom expanded their search, it would only be a matter of time before they found Pierre's base. If a cat last seen with the suspect turned up dead at the imitation synth base, It wouldn't be long until the Phantom would figure out exactly how she had been mistreated and turn their eyes towards the one organization that has been sending boatloads of animals out of Fontaine. It was probably during your ambush of Pierre. You didn't even have the time to check if she had already been stuffed full of imitation synth. Still, you soon found another opportunity. Before long, Bonnie had made her way back into the city, and even popped up on the Steambird. Like Bernard, you desperately wanted to confirm the contents of her stomach, so you hurried to find us. Unlike Bernard, however, you were hoping that Pierre did have the time to make her swallow a load of imitation synth. While investigating the suspect's cat, we unexpectedly discovered that the suspect has been smuggling imitation synth using living animals as intermediaries. That was your plan, in any case. With that, you'd have been able to lead the investigation towards the Humane Society. Bonnie had managed to escape before Pierre was able to stuff her full of imitation synth. That part of your plan could no longer be carried out. But as shrewd as you were, you came up with another plan right away. You manipulated the Traveler and I to help you identify Bernard as a key suspect. You used the Lefebvre name as bait to get us to join your investigation. With 2 extra bodies around, the Special Patrol is sure to soon take note of the strange event of Bernard somehow having a reason to look for Pierre's cat.
So, what you're saying is, I went to all that trouble just for the chance that you might put forth the suggestion that would lead you down the wrong path.
Of course, you did far more than that. Just now at Lumiduce Harbor, were you not the person who highlighted the suspicious activities of the Society?
Ugh.
You even highlighted the Society's activities during your compilation of the logs, so they'd be immediately visible to anyone examining the records. Moreover, the logs contained no records of the Port Authority's activities. In other words, your activities.
And what are you trying to suggest with that?
I am insinuating that you had plenty of opportunities to transfer the raw materials for imitation synth from the harbor to a boat, and then sail over to the meeting place full of floating barrels. And that's how neither the trafficker nor the manufacturer knew there was a third person who supplied the raw materials, and surreptitiously operated between them. Pierre manufactured imitation synth using the raw materials you provided, stuffed the animals, and placed the animals back into the barrels. Having received the green light from you as Pierre, Bernard then retrieved his animals and shipped them out of Fontaine once he had received enough for a full batch. This is the truth behind your smuggling ring.
I can't believe it. I never put 2 and 2 together.
You've sure got an extremely lively imagination.
So what do you think she's going to say next?
But do you have any evidence?
It appears that it's quite easy to predict what you'll think or say. Then if we apply that to this case, we can also think of a few places to look for incriminating evidence. You know very well that this case will not end until Pierre is found. So you will have him commit suicide out of fear and shame to end the investigation for good. That way, you can also pin the blame for the overseas smuggling activities, the theft of the harbor's confiscated raw materials, and even the Lefebvre name on him. After all, dead men tell no tales. But you still want it to appear as if he had sent that last letter to Bernard, so you have to make sure he cannot be found until after Bernard has confessed to the authorities. To do that, you either will hide his body until you've found an appropriate time to set up a fake suicide scene, or you'll dump it someplace where it'll be hard to determine the exact time of death. Submerged in water, for instance. The location would ideally allow you to keep the body hidden for some time while also letting you keep an eye on it. There are only so many options to hide a person's time of death after all. As long as the Phantom investigates each of the possibilities in turn, they'll surely find Pierre's remains. Especially since, as the prime suspect who will now be taken into custody, you will no longer have the time to move him, or set up a fake suicide scene to cover up the murder.
How absurd. And on what grounds will you order my arrest? Don't think for a second that your spouts of nonsense will amount to any kind of real argument. After all, I'm...
Elodie Lefebvre! As the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol, I hereby declare you as a suspect in the case. If you have any objections, you may raise them later during interrogation.
I always love it when Paimon says, "Ah, you're here too." He's like, "Yep, we are here. Yeah, everyone's here." Game design.
That's right. We received a message from Lumiduce Harbor that you were going to investigate the Humane Society. We didn't expect to run into you at such a critical moment.
While at the harbor, we noticed something else extremely interesting. Apparently, you often used all kinds of excuses to swap your shifts. And if one were to match the times of your shifts to the activities of the Humane Society and those of certain foreign ships, they'd find them to be an exact match.
That's just a coincidence.
Yes, I'm sure you have already thought of a dozen different ways to explain away the suspicious activities. But as far as evidence goes, that should be enough to warrant taking you into custody.
Don't worry. If it turns out that the guards are still unable to find any evidence after all this, Lynette and I will do everything in our power to clear your name.
Although judging by her reaction, I assume no follow-up from us will be needed.
The Lefebvres were infamous for using disguise and infiltration to achieve their goals. Who would have thought that they would have planted someone within the guards?
Judging from the timeline, they likely arranged for you to enter the guards before the fall of the clan. But they probably didn't expect you to turn it to your advantage and use your job to save yourself during the purge.
Not only that, but you actively participated in the interrogation, arrest, and judgment of the Lefebvres during their fall, thus clearing yourself of suspicion. You brutally and cruelly abandoned your allies as soon as they outlived their usefulness, just like a lizard cutting off its own tail in order to live. You've been doing this for years.
So you played me like a fool after all? Ugh!
What was that word you used? Ally? You think that someone as foolish as him is worthy to call himself my ally? They were worthless scum, all of them. Not just Bernard and Pierre, but those Lefebvres too. They always just saw me as a tool. I lost all my chances of a normal life just because I was born into their lot. Not only that, but because they wanted me to become an undercover agent, they stripped me of my name, too. I had to live in constant fear of them while they were alive. And even once they were gone, I had to continue to bury my heritage and my name. Always worrying that their enemies would come knocking at the door. Do you know anything about what I've been through over all these years? My life as the last Lefebvre?
I don't, and neither do I care.
Are you for real? Aren't you a Lefebvre victim too?
Elodie, you're the only one still living under the shadow of a name.
That's enough. Keep your hands where I can see them and do not resist arrest. If you have more to say, save it for the interrogation room.
What a joke. What a joke! Hey! Don't come any closer!
What's that?
Know what this is? I've secretly planted loads of explosives in the Humane Society. Just one step closer and... whether they're cats, dogs, or just unlucky human employees, they'll all be blown up into smithereens. Surely, you bunch of goody two-shoes won't let that happen, right? Did you think I was blind?
Not good. She's trying to escape. We need to end this fight as soon as possible. Shine down!
Yeah!
Busted so quickly, huh? Good thing I've already bought enough time to escape. Ah!
Phew. So I was right after all. It's easier to deal with the person causing the problem than the problem itself. This is it. Looks like it's just a toy.
Guess that's probably why she suddenly flipped and knocked out Bernard. He probably knew that there were no explosives at the Society.
Well, given that she never even showed her face to Bernard and Pierre, I had my doubts that she'd have gone to the Society in person to plant explosives.
Thank you for your help, everyone. I'll take them back for thorough questioning, and find someone better to take over the Humane Society. I might need a few statements from everybody. Would you be able to come with me?
If statements are all you need, can Linny provide them on my behalf? I still need to go back and explain some things to the crew. I also had an appointment with the Traveler before we got interrupted. Ah, so you do remember. Yes, I invited you to come over to our place. Once I'm done talking with the troupe, I'll make a nice cup of tea and bring Bonnie to wait for you outside of my door.
This route is fucking long.
Lynette must have spent a record-breaking amount of time in serious mode today. I can't remember the last time I've seen her like that. Could it be because of a special someone? Based on information that we found before, imitation synth was first circulated on a small scale in Fontaine before becoming a large-scale smuggling scheme. I'd assume that the first offerings of imitation synth came from what Pierre made in his early days. But since he was not experienced with running a clandestine operation, he was soon discovered by guard Elodie. Elodie saw the opportunity to make a great profit in his work, and perhaps even the chance of making a new life for herself, so she decided to cover his tracks. She started writing to him in Bernard's name, using what evidence she had compiled and the promise of enormous profits to blackmail him into cooperating with her. Unfortunately for her, she ran into Lynette. Even though my sister doesn't like to focus too much on a regular day, serious mode Lynette is one of the most perceptive people I've ever known. Still, all of that thinking really saps her energy. I need to go give some statements on her behalf, so I'll leave the recharging.
Because I really
to
thought
you.
a contemplation check was going to be something more than that. It was literally just, do you remember what we were going to do? That'd be like really fucking offensive if you failed at.
You can leave the rest of this to me. The other guards will be joining me shortly. Don't worry, they won't have another chance to escape. The materials have many other regular uses outside of being used to make imitation synth, so they're not immediately subject to being confiscated or destroyed. The harbor would usually just seize them for some time while the customs paperwork is filled out and approved. If approved, they'd be let
PlayStation's
through,
been on
and
for
if not, they'd be returned to sender. Elodie
like
probably
13
used her
hours
position
now.
to replace a portion of the shipment with something else before
My
sending
room
the
is
whole
very
shipment
hot,
back to
so
sender.
you want to turn it off.
Given that the foreign merchants who sent in the shipments were probably working with her in the first place, they likely just never reported the difference in what they sent and what they received. We will, of course, continue to investigate the rest of the details of this case. Now that we've caught Elodie, figuring out the whole scheme should just be a matter of time.
You lead the way.
Zip on up! Over here! Yeah!
Stay close and you will live.
So, is this supposed to be like a gacha superstition thing? If you fucking roll a 20, then you'll have better gacha luck? They really put the game. I do this every week. Yeah. I know a lot of people don't bother, but I do. The stuff you get from it really does add up. And it's quite easy to just like use Mondstadt materials or something like you never actually use.
Born of ice and frost. Committed to memory, right here.
I know this is not the best team for doing it, but yeah, this is my classic team. Spent like a solid fucking 700 hours playing this team. If I remember correctly, this team doesn't quite work because Dea just barely doesn't apply enough pyro to keep burn going the entire time, unfortunately. If I remember correctly.
black tea and a cute kitty. Truly the best combo for standby mode. Want some? Ah, I see she's already starting to snuggle up to you. Not at all. Information is indeed very important, but if you were to try to collect every piece of information you come across, your efficiency would actually decrease. Plus, if you just think about it, what sounds more fun? Writing a statement or enjoying a tea party? Great answer. That'd be my pick too. Had we not run into that case, we could have spent the entire day like this. But now I'm running low on both time and energy. You're right. I can sense it. I'm recharging very quickly at the moment. Something about her rubbed me the wrong way since the very beginning. But to be more precise, it was probably around the time when I saw Bonnie try to get away from her. Elodie tried to get close, but Bonnie deliberately dodged her. Maybe Bonnie had tried to evade her before at Pierre's base. Or perhaps Bonnie just instinctively knew that she wasn't a good person. Not everyone who likes cats is a good person. But if cats like you, you're probably alright. Humans tend to overthink things, but cats rely on their instincts, and they're pretty sharp. I mean, just look at Bonnie. She took a liking to you the moment you met.
Yay! That was a really fucking long path. That's probably the longest one. There's more branches here. Oh, so if you fail? That's the thing about Hangouts. Hangouts have fucking bad endings, which is like, oh dear. Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it there for tonight. Speech. What? What? Sure. It's always been funny to me that Hangouts give you more primos than story quests do. There probably are a good amount of primos in the new exploration. Maybe enough to pull Lily. Who knows? Yeah, I think I'm going to go on Star Rail, spend my Star Rail visit. And then turn the PlayStation off and the Xbox on. Because that's what I do. If my room's getting too hot, I turn the PlayStation off and then I use the Xbox instead. So I think the Xbox is better in that regard. And it's still there. But yeah, I mean, we're only halfway through Hangout. It was pretty good, wasn't it? So next time I stream Genshin, which I don't know when it would be, won't be tomorrow because I'm at uni tomorrow. Or I should be. I will finish this hangout first thing and then probably do Chiori's story quest, which quite frankly I'm not interested in. I really like Chiori's character when they introduced her, but then you realise, oh, she's Geo, and oh, I need to keep saving for Nilu, and she's not that great anyway. It's just like, oh, okay, man. They didn't even make her a fucking support for Navia, they just made her a fucking Geo sub DPS. Ugh.